Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. We hear it on Zoom. Testing 1, 2 for the stream. The webcast will begin at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
It's live.
Okay, that makes me look a little good. Yeah, I know.
And again, for those joining us online, there is a technical issue in the hearing room and we'll begin at about 9:40 this morning. Again, for those who are online, we have a technical issue we're resolving in the hearing room. We'll begin in hopefully about 3 minutes.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again. You are in the meeting now.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sound check.
All right, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for the patience. As someone who used to run servers and an IT director, I know how sensitive our systems can all be as they're kind of layered together. So I appreciate everyone's patience this morning as we work through our technical issues here. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, September 19th. It is 9:41 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is board member Nicole Morgan, board member Sean McGuire, and board member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our executive director, Eileen Sobek, our two chief deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, our chief counsel, Michael Loffer. Our clerk of the board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is assistant clerk Emily McShane and Biba Malatik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting and it is being webcast and recorded. If you're participating virtually, you're either on one of two platforms, either viewing us through the YouTube live stream or the CaliPA website. But if you intend on commenting on any item on today's agenda, you need to be on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions at the top of today's agenda and a link with your ability to get onto the platform. If you have any challenges, though, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning, good to see you. Thanks again for the patience. A few quick announcements for us. Please do observe the exits, which did actually come in handy, this announcement recently. If there happens to be an emergency, we will calmly file out of the building to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instruction. If you have an intent to comment on today's item or any of the items on the agenda, there are instructions on how to do so. Also at the top of the agenda, there should be a tablet or a QR code here in the back to sign up. And if you're having any challenges, please do just go to the clerk of the board and we can make sure you are in line to speak. Once you are up at the microphone, please introduce yourself and any affiliation, and do appreciate everyone's time this morning. With that, we can move on to what this morning we will be starting off with, which is a presentation of Superior Accomplishment Awards. Then we will be moving on to public forum. I'd like to invite up Ms. Mogus.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. This is one of my favorite things. No, this is my favorite thing to do. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board, and I'm pleased to be here today to present a Superior Accomplishment Award to Caitlin Gray, an environmental scientist in the Sustainable Water Plans and Policy section in the Division of Water Quality. Caitlin is joining us by Zoom. You can see she's very small at the top. My head's bigger than hers. We should make her bigger. Anyway, Caitlin is one of two. There she is. Excellent. All right. Caitlin is one of two staff who support the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, which serves as the management conference for the Santa Monica Bay National Estuary Program. The Commission is a non-regulatory, locally based state entity established by the California Legislature in 2002 to monitor, assess, coordinate and advise the activities of state programs, and oversee funding that affects the beneficial uses, restoration, and enhancement of Santa Monica Bay and its watersheds. Caitlin prepares for and facilitates monthly public meetings and workshops for a 38-member governing board. So there's only 5 of you guys. You're easy compared to what Caitlin has to deal with. A 9-member executive committee, one of whom is John Bishop, so you can imagine how difficult that must be, and a technical advisory committee. She manages commission member elections and appointments. She develops documents and reports to the Santa Monica Bay National Estuary Program, including a comprehensive monitoring program, a comprehensive conservation and management plan, the annual work plan and budget, the annual report, and the program review. Caitlin also develops and manages grants funded by Proposition 50 to implement priority actions in the comprehensive conservation and management plan, as well as a long list of other activities to coordinate with partners in the watershed and keep the program moving forward. Caitlin effectively manages a large and diverse workload, tracks and prioritizes assignments, and produces high-quality work with very tight deadlines. She's made significant program improvements that have increased efficiency as well as engagement of the commissioners. And Caitlin conducts herself with a high degree of professionalism and treats others with courtesy and respect, even during contentious meetings. In February this year, Caitlin's supervisor took a promotional opportunity, leaving Caitlin as the sole person to run the program for several months. Caitlin rose to the challenge and continued to produce high-quality work, meet deadlines, and independently solve problems. Caitlin is a huge asset to the state and is very deserving of this Superior Accomplishment Award. So please join me in congratulating Caitlin on her excellent accomplishments. Thank you, Caitlin. I don't know if you guys would you mind if we had a picture? Claire's going to take a...
Yeah, we will gladly. And as we gather up there, just want to add my thanks and thank you, Ms. Mogus, for elevating Caitlin and her work. And Caitlin, I know how incredibly difficult boards can be. And so amongst all the work that you're doing, just thank you. I know the estuaries work, the connection to the biostimulatory work, and ultimately the good guidance and contributions that you're providing here are well acknowledged. Just thank you so much. And we'll take a photo with your image behind us here at the dais really quickly.
And while you're getting up, I'll just say, having worked with Caitlin for a number of years, it's easy to have these very small programs kind of disappear. But Caitlin has done a fabulous job of making sure that we meet all of our commitments that we have under the legislation. And I really appreciate all your work, Caitlin.
Thank you again, Ms. Mogus, and thanks everyone for the time. It's really important here that we continue to be able to acknowledge the folks that really get the work done here amongst us. Next, I'd like to move on into public forum, and I think we have a couple of public forum commenters. I believe the first will be Aaron Fukuda, who followed by Todd Hickman.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and other board members.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. I apologize I couldn't be there in person, but as you're aware, and I'm about ready to speak, I leave this meeting on to another, and I think I get home tonight about 8 o'clock. So one of these days I'll make it over there. My name is Aaron Fukuda. I'm the interim general manager of the Mid-Kauai GSA and also the general manager of the Tulare Irrigation District. I just am here to provide a quick update on the tremendous efforts our landowners and growers and community members are undergoing to achieve groundwater sustainability. The Mid-Cahuilla has taken SGMA seriously since its passing in 2014. I think we were one of the first GSA formed in the state, and that action was taken simply in recognition of the significant data analysis and policy actions that were going to have to take place in order to balance the fragile nature between groundwater usage and our economy and the social stability really of our region. We struggle here. We have a lot of disadvantaged communities. We're ag-based. And so balancing those needs is not the easiest task out there. We strive daily to meet our difficult standards under SGMA, but I think we've met many of our deadlines and requirements, including the submission of our sustainability plan in 2020. Unfortunately, DWR did not pass our GSP in 2022, but we're currently working with your staff to address those deficiencies outlined by DWR. And while we understand the GSP is integral to complying with SGMA, really we believe the sustainability comes through our implementation and actions. And so I thought I'd just share some of the actions that we've been doing. And in recognition of those goals under SGMA, Mid-Cahuilla has actually accelerated our implementation of projects and management actions to address those undesirable results in the face of the recent drought. I'd like to highlight just a few of these projects. You know, we've invested in several hundred acres of new recharge basins, including innovative recharge actions like converting creeks, natural creeks, into what we call linear recharge basins. We just brought online the Packwood Creek Linear Project, which is a creek that recharges about 100 acre-feet per day through automated check structures. And that was a DWR grant project. We're also breaking ground on a particularly important project for the community of Okieville. We'll be constructing in partnership with Tulare Irrigation District a recharge basin to provide groundwater quality and quantity benefits to the community. That comes through dedicated recharge, meaning Tulare Irrigation District will make dedicated recharge efforts in that recharge basin annually. One of our flagship, not necessarily projects, but management actions occurred in 2021 when a group of growers approached the irrigation district and the GSA, recognizing that there were declining groundwater levels and that was unsustainable. We created an emergency ordinance to allocate groundwater pumping measured as evapotranspiration and limit the amount that is pumped. The request was simple. The growers understood that overdraft was just going to hurt our communities and our economies in the industry. The limit was set below the average crop evapotranspiration, so we're reducing that crop. So we immediately saw benefits in 2022. We saw a 13% reduction in evapotranspiration, which is equivalent of about 20,000 acre-feet of groundwater. That was a reduction in, I know this is hard to, but a reduction in the decline of groundwater levels. Our average is about 10 to 12 feet, and we only saw 7 feet of decline in 2022. And without any intention, that same emergency ordinance this year turned into a major game changer in regards to managing our flood flows during the March to June floods. The growers in the irrigation district anecdotally commented, we weren't flooding in Tulare ID, we were recharging in TID. So we spread that water throughout our district. Our pre-SGMA winter recharge rates typically were 350 CFS, about 700 acre-feet per day. The day we opened irrigation orders in January, we went directly to 750 CFS, which is about 1,500 acre-feet per day. We're also working collaboratively with a water marketing strategy committee, which oversees the development of a water market. We have all sectors of groundwater participating: ag, disadvantaged community, environmental, and urban. And it's been a privilege for me to see how this community has weighed through the difficult issues to provide safety measures that actually reduce groundwater overdraft risks around DACs on top of our GSP. And we've also included our environmental community have a beneficial role in markets instead of risks. And then lastly, we just closed our public comment period on our groundwater mitigation program and plan. We're taking this as a way to provide relief to domestic and small community water systems that experience water loss due to GSA actions. This afternoon, I'll be walking our advisory committee through comments and revisions to our mitigation plan, and hopefully have that in front of our board of directors. That being said, included to ensure that this plan is successful will be a very deliberate funding plan from our GSA and our landowners, including an outreach plan that continues the good work that we've done with our local communities. So as you can see, when we wake up in the morning, the Mid-Cahuilla is not needing a direction or activities to keep us busy. Our board, advisory committee, landowners and growers and community members take groundwater sustainability seriously. We spent thousands of hours, millions of dollars, and a lot of great moments actually together working to keep our groundwater sustainable and our economic and social fabric vibrant. We're hoping to keep that momentum in a path to sustainability, and we look forward to future conversations with the state board. We are working with your staff to address the DWR deficiencies to avoid probation. The only thing I may request is the board provide some guidance on, what is that process? We're still kind of working together to figure that out, to either avoid probation or exit probation if we enter it, and that would really help us. I plan to regularly check in with you to provide updates on our progress, and if there's any items that you board members or staff would like to discuss or like a report on, please at any time don't hesitate. I'd love to share the things that we're doing. I'll make myself available. And again, thank you to the chair and the board members for the opportunity to speak with you, and we look forward to future discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda. I really appreciate your time this morning. I know there is a lot going on, and so appreciate your sharing of the work that's going on. And as you said, I also look forward to the discussions ahead. I know they will be fruitful, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Todd Hickman, but I believe Mr. Hickman is not currently on the platform, but we do have Estela Villagrana with their hand up. We'll unmute you, and perhaps you're Todd Hickman, and if not, I'd like to see if you're looking for a public forum.
Yes, hello. This is Todd Hickman, and today I will be speaking for myself and Estela Villagrana. She is a good friend as well as a property owner in the South Feather Water District, and she has numerous concerns, as well as myself. For her, English is a second language, so she prefers that I speak today. So again, I appreciate the well thought out nature of this board and the running of this board. I've seen nothing but bad boards at the local level, so it is very refreshing to be here at this board. So again, I am calling in today to talk about the issue between South Feather and the North Yuba Water District. It is one watershed. It needs to be combined. I know that you have a hearing coming up regarding the permits for the North Yuba Water District. They have failed to deliver beneficial use for the last 20 years. They have, since the beginning of time, they have failed to deliver beneficial use. They have been fraught with scandal, lawsuits, violations of the Brown Act. It goes on and on and on. You name it, ordinance, law, regulation. Everything is being violated. I have actually personally heard board members speak about how the State Water Board has no teeth and they're not going to do anything regarding our upcoming permits. They're just going to extend us no matter how bad we behave, and our behavior is going to go on and on for eternity. I have much more faith in the State Water Resources Control Board than that, and I believe you are the board that can take this situation and turn this around. Please, please combine the watershed into one well-managed district, or take conservatorship on the State Water Resources Control Board part and stop the waste, fraud, and abuse at the North Yuba Water District. They have failed in everything they've done, every engineering project. They just had a general manager leave, and they gave him a payout of over $500,000. That wasn't him suing for some kind of procedure violation or something against him. That payout was written into his contract. And I would like to remind everybody that this is public service and this is not how it works. We have general managers in that district and board members acting like they're CEOs, like they're actually basically this is coming out of their own pocket, that they're running this agency, like that. And again, that's not the case. These are public agencies. Special districts are particularly dangerous because all the oversight falls with the board. And as we know, in these small water districts, the boards have numerous issues with experience, corruption, all this type stuff. So again, out of the North Yuba Water District, I've seen nothing but scandal and corruption and apparent violation of law, regulation, and ordinance. So I urge the State Water Board to take this issue into control, dissolve the North Yuba Water District, and either combine it with the watershed, which would be the South Feather water and power agency or take conservatorship and run it correctly. So again, thank you for your time today. And I particularly respect and applaud the well-run nature of this board and the inclusion and allowing everybody to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. Appreciate your time this morning and your concerns here before the board. I don't know if Mr. Lawfer, you wanted to add anything?
Well, I was just going to say, Chair Escabel, for the benefit of the board members, you will recall Mr. Hickman spoke at the September 6th board meeting. There were some things we were looking at internally within the Division of Water Rights and the Office of Chief Counsel, and we do intend to follow up with Mr. Hickman.
Thank you for that. Much appreciated. That concludes public forum. Again, an opportunity for anyone to address the board on an item not pending before the board. Oh, you do? Apologize. Okay. One moment. We have one additional speaker attempting to join right now, so we'll give the clerk and... Okay. We'll give a minute for Charles Sharp to be able to provide comment. And perhaps as we're waiting, I'll move into board business, and hopefully Mr. Sharp is able to get to us here before we're done with the contested items and move into a significant item. Let's go ahead and put a pause on public forum and go to the first item on board business, which is board consideration of adoption of the September 6th and 7th board meeting minutes. Any adjustments or otherwise a motion?
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
I'll second.
Many thanks. Can you, clerk, please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you. That brings us to a tranche of uncontested items, items number 2 through 4. Just want to thank all the work that I know has gone into them. The fact that they're uncontested speaks to how well they've been engaged on. Looking to board colleagues if there are any adjustments or comments, and then otherwise entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt items 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Is Mr. Sharp able to join yet onto the platform? Okay. Let's continue on to then our informational item on current hydrologic conditions and response. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Erin Ragazzi with the Division of Water Rights. Next.
I think we have the wrong slide up.
Yeah, this is not. I'm not prepared to talk about this topic. While it's coming up, I can cover the brief opening. So I'm going to provide a brief update on things in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. Specifically, I'm going to touch on the current hydrologic conditions and the 2 watersheds engagement efforts, as well as a comment we received from CDFW on September 1st and a review of the emergency regulation process. Then I'm going to turn it over to Matt McCarthy in the Division of Water Rights to talk about the Cardoza 1707. And then wrap up with some information on how folks can stay engaged with us moving forward. Okay, so next slide, please. And then next slide, please. Okay, so flows in the Scott River watershed, as measured at the Fort Jones gauge yesterday, were 38.3 CFS. This is above the emergency flow requirement for September of 33 CFS. And it's better than flows have been in September in the past couple of years in the Scott River watershed due to improved hydrologic conditions. Flows as of yesterday in the Shasta River watershed were 62.9 CFS at the Wairika gauge. This is below the emergency flow of 75 CFS. As you can see, flows increased to 75 CFS in terms of the emergency flow that's now expired on September 16th. I want to point out that storage in Dwinell Reservoir is above 9,000 acre feet. This is well above the 1,700 approximately acre feet that were in place last year. So we're in a much better position with respect to storage in the Shasta. Additionally, I wanted to take a brief moment to update on the fishery conditions in the Klamath system at this time that I received from CDFW staff. So CDFW staff have installed a video weir on the Shasta River watershed. It's pretty much right where the confluence of the Klamath and the Shasta come together. That was put in place on September 4th. As of last Tuesday, the 12th, there were 184 Chinook salmon that had entered the Salmon River watershed. Shasta River watershed. The salmon's there too, but we're talking about the Shasta and the Scott today. CDFW is targeting to install a video weir in the Scott River no later than this Friday. That's the 22nd. That video weir is actually located about 18 miles upstream of the confluence with the Klamath. CDFW has indicated that they received a report from the Karuk Fisheries team, and the Karuk Fisheries team has noted that there are salmon inside the Scott River watershed, and that there's about 300 to 400 that they've seen based upon the photos that have been taken in that area. Next slide, please. So here's a figure that shows the current hydrologic conditions since January of this year. As is noted previously, flows are currently greater than the emergency flow in the Scott. What you'll see here is the blue line is the flow, the red line is the emergency flow, and then the bars indicate precipitation events. Next slide, please. This is the same figure for the Scott River watershed. As you can see, flows have gone below and above the emergency flow since its expiration on August 1st, and currently are below the flow requirement. Expired flow requirement, I should say. Next slide, please. So staff continue to meet and engage with parties in the watershed through biweekly meetings with Siskiyou County, as well as part of the Region 1 subgroup meetings. We have tribal consultation requests that we are working on, and we are meeting with folks as there are requests for meetings. We've also recently held webinars on Water Rights 101 on August 3rd and a Fisheries 101 that we worked with CDFW staff to put on September 14th. Both of these webinars were recorded and will be posted on our website shortly. Coming up, we have a staff workshop that's going to be held on October 6th. That staff workshop is focused on talking about the state of the fisheries in the Scott and the Shasta, the emergency flows, groundwater local cooperative solutions, and data. That will also be recorded and transcribed and available to folks following the workshop. Additionally, those that want to participate in person will be able to join us in the Sierra hearing room to participate that day. And then we are working to put together with UC Davis a sort of Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model 101 webinar, similar to the Water Rights and Fisheries 101. And so as soon as we have that date confirmed, we'll be posting that online and making that available to folks. Next slide, please. So we received a comment from CDFW on September 1st. I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of this letter coming in as it relates to the emergency regulation effort in the Scott and the Shasta. The letter indicates that CDFW believes readoption of the emergency regulation is needed. They cite several items relative to that, including the immediate in-stream flow protections that they provide while longer-term flows are developed. That the emergency flows, while they're not intended, they're only intended for emergency protections, they have shown to improve habitat conditions. And they believe the local cooperative solutions foster beneficial relationships, discussions, and actions. They also point out that the number of adult Chinook that's expected to return to the Klamath Basin this year is the third lowest on record. And they also note that state and federal fishery managers and tribes have closed the California ocean and river fishing this year, and it's the second time in 30 years. So highlighting a few items from that letter, which will also be posted on our website for those that are interested in taking a look at it. Next slide, please. And then a brief overview of emergency regulation requirements. This was covered in the last hydrologic update as well. The elements include release of a notice of proposed rulemaking. That includes the text, digest, and fiscal analysis. So the digest is supporting information that supports the proposed regulation. It would be considered for adoption at a board meeting, and then it's submitted to the Office of Administrative Law. And there's a comment period as part of that process. And it would typically become effective 10 days following that submittal to the Office of Administrative Law. I do want to point out that there is an opportunity for engagement on those emergency regulations at our October 6th workshop. And I'll turn it over, I believe, now to Matt to talk about the Cardozo 1707. If we go to the next slide, please.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Division of Water Rights staff, acting under authority delegated by the board, approved the Cardozo Ranch petitions for change and in-stream flow dedication on September 13th, 2023. Cardozo holds two pre-1914 appropriative rights to divert water from Parks Creek in the Shasta River watershed. The rights, which are included in the 1932 Shasta River Decree, allow for the diversion of up to 2.98 cubic feet per second. The petitions requested to move the point of diversion from Parks Creek to a point on the Shasta River located approximately 2.8 river miles downstream, and included water diversion and use efficiency improvements, such as installation of a new screen diversion pump, replacement of unlined ditches with pipelines, addition of solar power, and addition of a tailwater recovery system. The approved changes allow Cardozo to dedicate the full amount of 2.98 cubic feet per second of water along the 2.8 miles of Parks Creek and the Shasta River, and will have the ability to dedicate a smaller amount, up to 1.4 cubic feet per second, downstream of the new point of diversion. The approval of the petitions is independent of the National Marine Fisheries Services Shasta River Safe Harbor Agreement and supporting biological opinion. The project was coordinated with several agencies, funded by the Wildlife Conservation Board's Proposition 1 Streamflow Enhancement Program, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and was also supported by several non-governmental organizations, including the Nature Conservancy and California Trout. Next slide, please.
So providing this slide just for folks that want to be able to access those webinars and other information that I mentioned previously, as well as so folks can also sign up for our email subscription list to get updates on our upcoming workshops. With that, that concludes our presentation today. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer those.
As always, just an incredible amount of thanks. I know there's a lot going on, a lot of meetings, I know this board here intending to be participating in workshops and the discussions. And so just thanks to you and also to the folks in the watershed who are really here. I've seen an incredible amount of engagement and hope that it continues to find ourselves in the right place on very difficult, as we know, throughout the state, but here challenging but important issues. And it's heartening to see, certainly it's a wetter year, easier to meet conditions, and that good faith effort to see the watershed continue to meet at least here some minimum flow is, at least on the Shasta, welcomed. So just thank you. And on the 1707 in-stream flow work, I just would speak for the chair or the vice chair there and just say thank you as well, and myself, obviously. I know it was, she was looking for follow-up around the progress and state of some of those 1707 dedications. Really great to see that moving along. But importantly, I think those 1707 flows, even previously dedicated amounts, are important to begin to really ensure they're providing the benefit that they're already supposed to within the basin. So appreciate the update on that current work as well. and look to other board members if they have any comments or questions. Okay, thank you very much. And we don't have any commenters on the hydrologic update, so if there isn't any further question or discussion from board members, I do see Mr. Charles Sharp back on, so put a pause and go back to public forum here to hear Mr. Sharp's comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning. We can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Sharp. I live in Oregon House, which is a little rural hamlet in the foothills of Yuba County. I am an irrigation customer of the North Yuba Water District in Brownsville. In the 64 years the water district has existed, it has only managed to provide beneficial use for 2,700 acre feet, or 11% of the 23,700 acre feet it has permits for. I see this as a failure. The district's water essentially comes from South Feather watershed and passes through the facilities of the South Feather Water Power Agency. The North Yuba Water District and South Feather Water and Power have had a long and contentious relationship. It is past time for the mismanagement and governance issues to end by the North Yuba Water District by consolidating with South Feather so that the water has unity of governance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Sharp. Appreciate those comments. That concludes then public forum and now brings us to item number 7. And would like to say here then, we will now hear from our Administrative Hearings Office regarding the July 7th revised proposed order on the draft cease and desist order to Blue Triton Brands. Once we hear our staff presentation, interested parties will be given a chance to speak, followed by comments from Blue Triton. Then we will hear from public commenters. And I have a list here of folks looking to go in order. And so I know there was a request, I think, for broadly 10 minutes for everyone. I'm going to reserve at this point and just say, at 5 minutes, if we continue to hear good points from folks, I'm not going to be here hard enforcing. I think if folks have seen these board meetings, I'm sometimes maybe too giving. But so I will definitely here not just enforce a hard 5 minutes, but won't give a blanket 10 for everyone. And with that, we'll let folks settle in to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the board's Administrative Hearings Office, or as I will call it, the AHO. And I'm joined today by my colleague, Alan Lilly, senior hearing officer with the AHO. And I will present a majority of this item, and then I will hand over the last few slides to Mr. Laufer of the Office of Chief Counsel. Next slide, please. This agenda item addresses the July 7th revised proposed order with change sheet number 1 on the draft cease and desist order issued by the Permitting and Enforcement Branch of the Division of Water Rights to Blue Triton Brands Incorporated. This item also addresses Blue Triton's June 2nd and June 26th requests to set aside the AHO's proposed order, its June 2nd motion to stay further action, and its August 11th motion to disregard and strike the AHO's revised order. Next slide. This map shows a general location of the area of diversions that are at issue in this proceeding on tributaries to East Twin Creek and ultimately the Santa Ana River near San Bernardino, California, in the San Bernardino National Forest. These mountains are composed of crystalline granite that have been fractured, which allows them to infiltrate and store water, some of which expresses as springs out of the mountainside. And in a moment, we'll get actually a photo image of these diversion locations. But next slide, please. This map is a further zoom in of the location of the diversions at issue, which show in this proceeding, which are near the headwaters of Strawberry Creek. And you can see that box inset, which is the location of those diversions. This map also shows the location of the historical Arrowhead Springs Hotel and the iconic Arrowhead landmark, which are familiar on the Arrowhead Springwater water bottles. And those are located near the center of this map. You can see there's an outline on this map of the Arrowhead landmark itself. Next slide, please. And once more, we've zoomed in here to the headwater area of Strawberry Creek, and you can see in the inset the location of Blue Triton's tunnels and boreholes in Strawberry Canyon, and also the associated pipelines that follow the canyon that transport the water down canyon to water tanks, where the water is then loaded into tanker trucks for transport to water bottling facilities. Next slide, please. And here's the photograph I promised, which shows the locations of tunnels 2 and 3, which are there on the more left-hand side, boreholes 1, 1A, and 8, somewhat in the center, and then on the far right, boreholes 7, 7A, 7B, and 7C. And you can see from this photograph how rugged the terrain is in this area and the type of steep canyons that we're talking about. Next slide, please. A little bit of background about the origination of this enforcement action. Between April 2015 to September 2017, the enforcement branch of the Division of Water Rights received 7 complaints against Nestle Waters, which is the predecessor in interest to Blue Triton Brands. And these complaints allege that Nestle was diverting water without a valid basis of right from these locations high up in the mountains. The allegations also include claims that Nestle was unreasonably using water, that its diversions were harming public trust resources, and that Nestle was not reporting or was inaccurately reporting its diversions. Next slide, please. These complaints then prompted the enforcement branch to issue a report of investigation in December 2017, which concluded that a significant portion of the water diverted by Nestle appeared to be diverted without a valid basis of right. The division transmitted a copy of this report to Nestle, and after receiving comments in April 2021, the division issued a revised report of investigation as well as a draft cease and desist order, which initiated this proceeding. The draft CDO, as it was drafted, would have significantly limited Nestle's diversions. And in May 2021, Blue Triton filed a request for hearing on the draft CDO. Next slide, please. Water Code Section 1112 provides that the AHO will conduct hearings in these types of enforcement proceedings, and the AHO held 16 days of hearings in this matter between January and May 2022. The hearing officer also conducted a site visit of the locations of the diversions on February 16th and 17th, 2022. And there were a number of parties to this proceeding, as you can see, including not only the prosecution team and Blue Triton Brands, but other interested parties who are listed on this slide here. Next slide, please. After completing the hearing, the AHO transmitted a draft proposed order to all parties for review and comment in April 2023. After considering these comments, the AHO transmitted a proposed order to the board on May 26th, 2023. And on July 7th, in anticipation that the board would be considering the proposed order at its meeting on July 18th, the AHO circulated a change sheet that included recommended edits to the AHO's May 26th proposed order and an Appendix B that addressed the comments received on the May 26th proposed order. None of those changes materially changed the factual or legal bases for the conclusions in the proposed order, but rather addressed those comments that had been received on the order. On July 10th, Blue Triton's attorney asked for an additional 30 days to submit comments on the proposed changes, and after considering this request, the AHO decided to withdraw its May 26th proposed order and transmit a July 7th revised proposed order, which incorporated that change sheet. By withdrawing and resubmitting the proposed order, the AHO allowed the parties an additional 30 days to comment on the proposed order and its changes. The July 7th revised proposed order is the order that is now before you, with technical and minor changes in a change sheet number 1 that has been posted publicly. It also includes a proposed ruling on Blue Triton's August 11th motion. The AHO circulated this latest change sheet to the parties last week on September 14th. Next slide, please. With that procedural background, I'd like to move to the factual background of these diversions as described in the revised proposed order. The historical development and use of water in the vicinity of what is now the Arrowhead Springs Hotel property began as early as 1864. Diversions from Hot Springs Creek and Coldwater Creek for use on the hotel property and for water bottling was occurring as early as 1905. And development of the facilities to divert water, specifically from Strawberry Canyon, occurred in 1929. And later transfers and disputes followed that led to the court's judgment in the Del Rosa case, which I will address later in this presentation, and an important report of investigation in 1931 by W.W. Rowe, which provides helpful information that is addressed in the revised proposed order. Next slide, please. Blue Triton's predecessors started developing the specific tunnels and boreholes that divert water in the Strawberry Creek watershed that are at issue in this proceeding starting in the 1930s. Today, Blue Triton diverts from tunnels and boreholes high in Strawberry Canyon, as we saw in the photograph that was displayed earlier in this presentation. Next slide, please. I think I've put these in here again so we can take another look. These are the tunnels and boreholes that are at issue. Next slide, please. Currently, Blue Triton delivers some of the water that it diverts to the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians for use at the former Arrowhead Springs Hotel property, which is now owned by the San Manuel Band. Blue Triton then conveys the remainder of the water that it diverts to water trucks where it travels to bottling facilities and is bottled for human consumption. Blue Triton sells the bottled water as spring water under FDA regulations and advertises the water as 100% mountain spring water. Blue Triton also files groundwater extraction reports for its diversions, in which it identifies springs as the sources of these diversions. Next slide, please. The question of whether Blue Triton's diversions fall within the board's permitting and enforcement authority depends in significant part on its legal classification. Under California law, the State Water Board has permitting authority over surface water that flows in natural channels or that is found in lakes or similar water bodies, and groundwater flowing in subterranean streams through known and definite channels. Water that is not subject to the board's permitting authority includes diffuse surface waters, which are dispersed waters that do not follow a definite course. You might imagine precipitation when it first falls on the land, as well as percolating groundwater. Water found below the surface of the ground is generally presumed to be percolating groundwater, absent evidence of its having another character under law. Next slide, please. The State Water Board's Water Right Enforcement Authority under Water Code Section 1052, on which the draft CDO against Blue Triton is based, provides that the diversion of water subject to the board's permitting authority, other than as authorized by the board, is a trespass. In other words, the diversion of surface water, other than diffused surface water, is generally not authorized unless the diverter has a riparian right, a pre-1914 appropriative right, or a post-1914 water right permit or license issued by the board. The board's enforcement authority under Section 1052 does not extend to diffused surface water or percolating groundwater. Next slide, please. The revised proposed order conducts a two-step analysis to determine whether the board's water right permitting and enforcement authority extends to Blue Triton's diversions of water through the tunnels and boreholes, which are all located in close proximity to historical springs. First, the order considers whether the board's enforcement authority would apply if the diversions of water were at ground surface at the location of these historical springs before they were developed, for example, through spring boxes. And then secondly, the order considers whether the board's water right enforcement authority extends to Blue Triton's current below the surface diversions. Next slide, please. The revised proposed order concludes that if springs 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8 had not been developed with tunnels and boreholes, and if Blue Triton diverted water from the springs at the ground surface, those diversions and uses of that water would be subject to the board's water right permitting and enforcement authorities. So that's step one. Next slide, please. On the second question, the revised proposed order concludes that the diversions and use of water through tunnels and boreholes that are closely associated with these historical springs are subject to the board's permitting and enforcement authority. This conclusion is legally based on prior board decisions that permitted diversions from springs through similar structures, and these are discussed in Appendix A to the order. Another legal basis is the board's more recent order in WR 2019-0149, which concerned diversions by Mr. Scott Fahey, and other legal authorities that are cited in the order and in Appendix A. The order concludes that these diversions under the surface by Blue Triton are closely associated with springs and therefore subject to the board's permitting authority because of several factors, including the physical proximity of the tunnels and boreholes to the location of the historical springs, evidence that the diversions intercept water that would have discharged at the historical springs, Blue Triton's statements and groundwater reports to the board that its source of diversions are springs, and Blue Triton's representations to the FDA and its consumers that its bottled water is spring water. Next slide, please. The revised proposed order does not make any conclusions about the board's water right permitting and enforcement authorities with respect to diversions through boreholes 10, 11, and 12, which diversions were not included in the draft CDO issued by the enforcement branch. The revised proposed order also carves out deliveries of water from these diversion locations to the San Manuel Band. The order does not adjudicate any claimed water rights by the San Manuel Band, but it also does not prohibit Blue Triton from continuing those diversions. The order simply does not address this portion of the diversions. Next slide, please. The revised proposed order concludes that Blue Triton does not have pre-1914 appropriative rights that would authorize its diversions from the tunnels and boreholes based on a review of the history of these claimed rights and the lack of evidence that any perfected rights were transmitted to Blue Triton's predecessors in interest. To the extent that any rights were perfected by Blue Triton's predecessors on a different tributary in the watershed, those rights cannot be changed to diversions in the Strawberry Creek watershed under fundamental principles of water law which prohibit a change in source of any appropriative right. Next slide, please. You can see here on this map an illustration, well, it's a map of the separation between Blue Triton's historic current diversions in Strawberry Canyon, which are located near the top right of this map, and the location of the claimed pre-1914 water rights in Hot Springs Creek. You can see that they're located on entirely separate tributaries to East Fork Creek. East Twin Creek, thank you. Next slide, please. Finally, the revised proposed order addresses Blue Triton's claim that certain water rights were adjudicated by the court in the Del Rosa Mutual Water Company stipulated judgment in 1931. The revised proposed order concludes that the stipulated judgment addressed prescriptive right claims and did not affect any changes in appropriative rights that would authorize Blue Triton's diversions at issue here. Furthermore, this proceeding was not an adjudication of water rights, but rather addressed the competing claims of the parties specifically named in that proceeding. The State Water Board, nor any of its predecessors, nor the State of California was a party to the proceeding, and therefore the judgment is not binding on the board under basic legal principles governing jurisdiction and the non-binding effect of judgments on any except those who are parties to a proceeding. Next slide, please. In summary, the revised proposed order concludes that Blue Triton's diversions through tunnels 2 and 3 and boreholes 1, 1A, 7, 7A, B, C, and 8 for beneficial uses besides those at the Arrowhead Springs Hotel property are within the board's water right and permitting and enforcement authorities. Blue Triton does not have any water rights that authorize these diversions and uses as concluded in the revised proposed order, and the board should issue a cease and desist order directing Blue Triton to stop those diversions. The revised proposed order also concludes, as I mentioned, that the order should not address Blue Triton's diversions through boreholes 10, 11, and 12 because these diversions were not included in the prosecution team's draft cease and desist order. Next slide, please. Finally, the revised proposed order includes directive language in a cease and desist order that would prohibit Blue Triton from diverting water through these locations for any purposes besides deliveries to the Arrowhead Springs Hotel property for the use of the San Manuel Band. And the revised proposed order includes measurement and record keeping and reporting requirements for any continued diversions. Next slide, please. If adopted, the revised proposed order would allow Blue Triton to file a new application for a water right permit through its diversion points at times when there's no hydraulic continuity between Strawberry Creek and the Santa Ana River, because the Santa Ana River is a fully appropriated stream system. Blue Triton could also file for a water right permit for these diversions to the extent that they are diversions of developed water that would not otherwise discharge from the springs as surface water. Next slide, please. Finally, I wanted to note that the revised proposed order includes Appendix A, which, as I mentioned, is a summary of decisions by the board and its predecessors involving the board's water right permitting authority over water associated with springs and diversions through tunnels. Appendix B responds to Blue Triton's motion to set aside the May 26 proposed order and motion to stay further action, and also responds to comments on the May 26 proposed order. Finally, the revised proposed order includes attached figures and tables that are referenced in the order. Next slide, please. With this, I will hand over to Mr. Laufer, discussion of the change sheet number 1 to the July 7th revised proposed order, which I mentioned in the process before the AHO.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. Hello, board members. Michael Laufer, Chief Counsel to the board. And just to emphasize one point from the prior slide, all of the appendices were part and parcel to the July 7th revised proposed order that the Administrative Hearings Office distributed for all parties for public comment. What I'm going to describe right now is change sheet number 1, which was prepared in response to comments received by the board on that July 7th revised proposed order. And this change sheet, which encompasses approximately 8 pages, was distributed last Thursday by the board, both to its broader distribution list for this board meeting, as well as by the Administrative Hearings Office to the distribution list for the Blue Triton matter. The majority of the changes laid out in the 8-page change sheet truly are clerical in nature and provide editorial context and do not in any way constitute substantive changes, either legal or factual, to the revised proposed order. There are 3 areas, though, where there is narrative text that has been proposed in the change sheet by the Office of Chief Counsel for inclusion in the board's final action. The first is a narrative addition that comes on page 2 of the change sheet, which simply provides a procedural history since the revised proposed order was withdrawn and reissued on July 7th by the Administrative Hearings Office. It notes the posture, the objections, and much of the information that you heard from Ms. Kinsey in her presentation today. Again, as with the clerical errors, there's nothing that changes either legally or factually in any material way the provisions of the order that were proposed by the Administrative Hearings Office. The second narrative addition is on pages 3 to 5 of the change sheet, and this is the most substantive of those changes. Again, though, it is not substantive in terms of changing any of the legal or factual issues in the revised proposed order. Instead, the board, through this change sheet, what the Office of Chief Counsel is proposing is that the board, in a written format, address the most recent motion filed by Blue Triton Brands. That particular language identifies the nature of the motion, which includes both ex parte grounds and the theory from Blue Triton Brands that the board's presiding Administrative Hearings Office cannot withdraw and then resubmit an order for the board's consideration, and concludes that the motion should be denied. That motion, Blue Triton, as with any other parties, neither the board's administrative procedures nor the California Administrative Procedure Act require a written ruling on these motions, and they're not part and parcel to the board's order consideration today. Instead, we have decided to incorporate it simply so the record is clear and the board could easily have ruled on that motion in the form of a oral ruling from the dais today. And I will note that the agenda item for this particular Blue Triton Brands proposed cease and desist order did specifically note that the board would be resolving those motions today. The third narrative addition is on page 6, and this addresses the concerns raised by a number of commenters about the potential precedential effect of this proposed order. In particular, there were a number of parties, including Blue Triton Brands, who had indicated concern that it would have sweeping ramifications for percolating groundwater and diffuse surface flows. And in the addition that starts on page 6 of the change sheet, which again does not in any way substantively change the legal or factual conclusions in the proposed order from the Administrative Hearings Office, the change sheet encapsulates the key factors that were driving the Administrative Hearing Office's proposed decision to conclude that these particular springs are subject to the board's permitting and licensing authority, and that they therefore are subject to a cease and desist order to be issued by the board. And so essentially what that new paragraph that you see on page 6 of the change sheet would do is provide a nice, coherent, single location for folks who are looking to understand the precedential effect of this decision and the key factors that drove a determination that these specific facilities were subject to the board's permitting and licensing authority. And just to summarize, you've heard those before. They're in the change sheet, and you just heard them again from Ms. Kinsey. But one is the physical proximity of the tunnels and boreholes to the location of the springs. 2 is evidence that the tunnels and boreholes intercept water that was historically discharged at the springs. And 3, Blue Triton's statements and groundwater reports to the FDA and to consumers that its bottled water is sourced from springs and is spring water. And with that, next slide, please. The Office of Chief Counsel would recommend that the board, after consideration of comments today, and obviously the board has flexibility to address the comments that it hears, and you'll be able to hear from either myself or the Administrative Hearings Office. But at this point in time, the recommendation of the Office of Chief Counsel to the board is to adopt the proposed order with the change sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. And thank you, Ms. Kinsey and Mr. Lilly, for what is an incredibly thorough job on not uncomplex issues. And just thank the complete work here. The reality is this board is very busy. And when I think of the resource that the AHO is, the amount of work that is going through the office, it's just appreciated, and appreciate everyone's engagement on this item. I don't have anything further to add at this point. Look forward to hearing from others as part of the work here. Okay. Then let's move on to what will be, I believe, the prosecution, if they're going to, team, if they're going to be able to present anything first. Thank you.
Chair Esquivel and members of the board, my name is Julie Rosardo. As the Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights, I am the lead prosecutor in this case. This enforcement action illustrates the power of public participation, the impacts of unauthorized diversion, and the need for accountability. I take very seriously my duty to preserve and protect water resources for present and future generations. I have witnessed the profound impact of unauthorized diversions on California's communities and the ecosystems. And this is the most important case that I've worked on in my 25-year career as a professional engineer and a professional hydrologist. This case demonstrates the importance of public participation in our water rights process. In 2015, we received the first complaints that Blue Triton's water bottling operation was dewatering Strawberry Creek. Since then, we have conducted years of investigation. We have considered thousands of comments from parties, including members of the international community. This case is based on evidence and facts. We thoroughly investigated the evidence submitted by all parties. The facts show Blue Triton diverts spring water from these headwaters. Blue Triton has no water rights, and they and their predecessors have been diverting this water from these headwaters for almost 100 years. Without this order, Blue Triton will continue to pipe, bottle, and sell this water. But the impact is not only to Strawberry Creek and its ecosystem. Downstream is the Santa Ana River, a fully appropriated stream that serves drinking water for 750,000 people. Today's enforcement ensures tomorrow's accountability. The State Water Board cannot effectively manage California's limited water without enforcing the state's water right laws. These laws are essential to maintain fairness for all the people who do play by the rules. These laws are essential to preserve and protect water resources for present and future generations. But they only work when the board holds unauthorized diverters like Blue Triton accountable. The order before you today does just that, and I urge you to adopt it. My colleague Ken Petrozelli will now speak to the legal elements of the proposed order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosardo.
Good morning. My name is Ken Petrozelli. I am with the Office of Enforcement and represent the prosecution team. I have been the lead attorney in this matter since early in the investigation. This is about springs. It has always been about springs, as much as Blue Triton has tried to make it otherwise, relying on case law and precedents that have nothing to do with springs, and incredulously obfuscating about whether springs were historically present before development, whether they take water from springs, or even what a spring is, all while telling us that the water they divert at these locations and then sell as natural spring water. Springs are the headwaters of streams and often gaining reaches of streams. The last thing we want is for someone diverting water from a spring to evade the state's water right rules by using a tunnel, borehole, or similar method to intercept water that otherwise would have discharged from the spring into a stream. Overwhelming evidence, including evidence of pre-development conditions, shows that Blue Triton's points of diversion are developed natural springs tributary to Strawberry Creek, and that Blue Triton diverts water that would have naturally discharged to the creek. Diversions clearly subject to the board's permitting authority. Extensive board precedent, orders and decisions addressing similar types of spring diversions, and hundreds of permits, licenses, and registrations methodically cited, reviewed, and discussed in the revised proposed order support this conclusion. Evidence is no less overwhelming that Blue Triton has no water rights. They appropriated water from Strawberry Creek no sooner than 1929, long after 1914, when permits became a requirement to appropriate water. For water rights, they have nothing. We recommend you adopt the revised proposed order. We support the changes in change sheet number 1. We are here for questions, including any the AHO may wish to defer to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the responsiveness here of the prosecution team. Next, we can move to interested parties. I'd first like to call up Amanda Fry, who will be followed by Lisa Belenke.
Amanda Fry, California resident. I live in Redlands, California. I'm a citizen of the United States. Next slide, please. The Strawberry Creek headwater springs set high up in the San Bernardino National Forest. And according to the National Forest Foundation, California's national forests supply 65% of the state's water. These high mountain forests are extremely important in capturing precipitation. Next slide, please. In fact, the San Bernardino National Forest was founded February 25th, 1893, for the primary purpose not only to protect the timber supply, but to protect the watershed. And the Supreme Court has already ruled multiple times that water was reserved for the forest for the primary purpose of the forest. And forest property is not subject to prescriptive rights. Next slide, please. So we know that the historic water for bottling was taken miles away in completely different watersheds from where Blue Triton takes its unauthorized take high up in the Strawberry Creek headwaters. Next slide, please. The first water for bottling was taken on the private lands of the Arrowhead Springs property from Coldwater Canyon and later moved over to Waterman Canyon. It was in 1930 when Blue Triton's predecessor, California Consolidated Water, encroached into the San Bernardino National Forest and started taking water from the Strawberry Creek headwaters. Next slide, please. Deeds, records, documents tell the story. And in 1925, Arrowhead Hot Springs and Hotel, and along with the water bottling operation, was sold. And the hotel and water bottling operation was used as collateral for a gold bond, or 6.5% gold bond, with payments due in 1928 and 29. So in 1929, the Arrowhead bottling operation was split off and severed from the hotel and sold to California Consolidated Water. But what we know from the records and documents and title, they really received no usable rights because the hotel retained all the rights for the property with all the water bottling, and that was down in Township 1 at the base of the mountain. And you cannot transfer or sell what you do not own. Okay, next. Oh, and in 1930, I just want to add, in 1930, that California Consolidated Water gave up any possible pre-1914, right? Okay, so next slide. So the USGS topographic maps show Strawberry Creek was a perennial stream. And we know from the hearing and testimony that historic USGS maps are accurate, and they were based on physical observations. Okay, next slide, please. Prior to diversions, Strawberry Creek was a well-known fishing stream, and it was even stocked with trout. Next slide, please. We have field notes, documents, maps, reports describing how these springs looked prior to diversion. Rose field notes prior to diversion in July 1930 describe the springs and how they looked. Even later reports by Mann and Dames and Moore describe the springs. Dames and Moore even had actual pictures of springs 10, 11, and 12 on a map of where those springs were located. And during the hearing, Blue Triton's consultant admitted that he didn't even bother to use that map of 10, 11, 12, or any, and even try to locate these springs. And instead, they used some unassociated spring when you read the fine detail in an attempt, it looks like, to mislead investigators and other agencies. Next slide, please. Since 1930, Blue Triton and their predecessors have diverted, blocked, and destroyed the natural springs that once fed the perennial flowing Strawberry Creek. Slowly and silently, they took more and more water, one spring at a time, depriving that water to the forest, Strawberry Creek. Can I continue, please? Thank you. The people, the Bunker Hill Basin Recharge, and the Santa Ana River watershed, leaving a diminished fauna and flora in its wake. Next slide, please. Now there's only a few undiverted natural springs that actually feed these Strawberry Creek headwaters. And when you see it, the water just flows maybe 20 feet. The San Bernardino National Forest is the only valid holder of a diversion permit. And that diversion originally went to a water fountain at Red Rock Wall, but now it just dribbles back into the creek. Next slide, please. The USGS has documented that Strawberry Creek is also a source of recharge for the Bunker Hill Basin. And as we heard before, Strawberry Creek is tributary to the Santa Ana River, and the Santa Ana River watershed is fully appropriated with Water Order 9808. Blue Triton's water diversions negatively impact many disadvantaged communities below. Next slide, please. When you hike, you can see Blue Triton's pipeline carrying and gushing with water as it runs along a dry Strawberry Creek bed. Strawberry Creek can no longer support fish because fish need water to survive. So they've essentially inserted like a straw into each spring and divert it down the mountain to their trucks. to take it away. Next slide, please. So you see, like spring 1, there's a spring box. Spring 2, 3 tunnels and vaults that in place of the natural springs. 2, 3, 7 produce rivulets that flowed down into Strawberry Creek. Below springs 10, 11, 12, a pipeline runs overhead across the dry Strawberry Creek bed. And at the base of the mountain, you can often see Blue Triton's truck filling up the water that belongs in Strawberry Creek and taking it away to be bottled and sold for big profit. I thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions. I've worked on this for 9 years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fry. I really appreciate your engagement and comments here.
I would ask that you adopt the cease and desist order and consider further action, issuing a cease and desist order for 10, 11, 12, fines and penalties. And we would really like to see Strawberry Creek springs restored so the creek can flow again for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fry, for your contributions. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Lisa Belenke, who will be followed by Hai Bialecki.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lisa Belenke. I'm a senior counsel with the Center for Biological Diversity, and the center urges you to adopt the proposed cease and desist order, which acknowledges that spring flows must be protected from unauthorized capture underground. The CDO needs to be immediately implemented and enforced to restore spring flows in Strawberry Canyon for the benefit of public trust resources as well. The center has been involved in this issue for, really at least a decade, even before these investigations began at the Water Board. And we support the CDO, and we would ask also that the board deny Blue Triton's motion. I also just, as an initial matter, want to say that I am concerned that Blue Triton is being given such a long time to speak, and that there's no time for other interested parties who were involved in this to actually rebut what they may say at the board. Nonetheless, I trust that the board understands the issues and will adopt the CDO as written. As the board's well aware, springs are vitally important to the ecosystem, whether as headwaters of streams or as gaining reaches, and both are found here. These springs sustain unique ecosystems in a very arid area, which is one of the issues that what hasn't yet been brought out. This area of Southern California is quite arid, and the rare water resources need to be protected at even a higher standard for that reason. Although the CDO did not actually reach the issue of public trust resources, the taking of this spring water has severely impacted public trust resources, including fish habitat and riparian resources along the creek, fish and wildlife resources. By adopting this order, the board would take the first step in protecting these critical public trust resources of Strawberry Creek and other resources in the area. I won't take too much time because I know there are a lot of speakers, but I did want to say that the hearings were very thorough, and the center actually did support expert testimony as well from an expert hydrologist and hydrogeologist, actually. And the findings in the order are very well supported, that there are historic springs in the area and that the diversions, the boreholes and tunnels are both taking water before it can reach the surface that would normally flow as springs. There is nothing hypothetical, which is a word that BTB or Blue Triton has used. There's nothing hypothetical about these findings. It is based on science and on the evidence. The stream flows are, these spring flows are subject to board jurisdiction, which I think was also very well discussed by the AHO and the prosecution team, so I won't repeat that. but there is a significant body of law, including board decisions and court cases, that have found that springs are subject to board jurisdiction. Importantly, and I want to say this even though I'm not exactly sure what Blue Triton will say, this is not about groundwater, and this is not about wells throughout the state. This is about spring water, and the board shouldn't get diverted, so to speak, or we shouldn't have your focus diverted by that discussion. That is not what is going on here. This is not about groundwater. The purpose and the intent of the boreholes and the tunnels and all of the diversions constructed by Blue Triton and its predecessor, Nestle, was always and still is to capture spring waters, and those spring waters feed Strawberry Creek, which was once a robust perennial stream. Those diversions were made without authorization and have resulted in significant harm to the water resources and public trust resources of the state of California. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Belenke. I appreciate your participation within this process and contributions, and hopefully folks are feeling that everyone's getting the appropriate amount of time and relatively balanced, but I appreciate your concern there still yet, and thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Hai Bialecki, followed by Steve Lowe, and then Michael O'Haney. And at that point, before we go to Blue Triton representatives and their chunk of time, we'll go ahead and take just a 10-minute break. I want to make sure we give you folks a moment to break here within the process. So just thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Esquivel and esteemed members of the board. I'm Dr. Hugh Bialecki, a resident of Lake Arrowhead in the San Bernardino Mountains for over 30 years. And Lori, can you turn the light on? I'm president of the Save Our Forests Association, affectionately referred to as SOFA. SOFA is the oldest and largest 501c3 nonprofit grassroots environmental organization devoted to quality of life issues in the San Bernardino Mountains. Strawberry Canyon is located 3 miles from my home and is a favorite bike ride from home, Strawberry Peak, looking south down into the canyon where the 2003 old fire burned 10,000 acres, nearly destroying our mountain's telecommunication system. The Panorama Fire in November 1980 burned 24,000 acres in the same area. Nestle Blue Triton Brands has been diverting 60 million gallons of spring water annually from this canyon for decades, drying out the canyon and destroying the riparian habitat. To hike the upper part of Strawberry Canyon, the USFS identified a diversion in every season of the year, observing conditions on the ground and the now minimal presence of surface water seeps, while diverted water rushes through the Blue Triton Brands pipeline to the base of the mountain. In February 2022, the day after a brief but intense snowstorm, AHO led field trip, the point of diversion and well tunnel complexes demonstrated the loss of surface water. Save Our Forests Association first questioned the U.S. Forest Service special use permit in September 2014, and then again in March 2015, April 2016, and May 2016. We wrote the State Water Resources Control Board in February 2018, where we supported the ROI regarding Nestle claimed water rights, particularly the claimed pre-1914 water rights. We have participated in the AHO process since its inception for this matter. SOFA fully supports the 7 July 2023 revised proposed order. prepared by the AHO on the draft cease and desist order and ask the board to adopt it fully today. This take of spring water on national forest lands without any legal right has gone on far too long, with real consequences of habitat loss in Strawberry Canyon, of increased wildfire risk to our mountain communities, and to the severely overdrafted Bunker Hill Basin downstream, which impacts over 700,000 citizens in the San Bernardino Valley, relying on this tributary stream for part of their water supply. I visited the Blue Triton Brand's website yesterday and found, quote, the original source of Arrowhead brand 100% mountain spring water can be found in the San Bernardino Mountains of Southern California. The natural formation in the shape of an arrowhead on the San Bernardino Mountains points to our water's legendary origin and inspiration for each carefully selected mountain spring source we use today. Pure goodness, only from mountain springs, refreshing the West since 1994, unquote. Triton Brands is not selling groundwater and has never claimed to in any of their marketing campaigns. Quote, our 100% mountain spring water is sourced from naturally occurring mountain springs in California, Colorado, and Canada, unquote. Evidence presented in this hearing clearly demonstrates that the water being diverted from our national forest is spring water subject to the regulation by the state of California and this board. And has furthermore proved that Blue Triton Brands does not have the water rights that have been claimed. Your decision to support the proposed cease and desist order will right decades of unlawful water diversions and let these springs once again follow their natural course. Save Our Forests Association would also ask that the board further direct staff in evaluating and preparing a cease and desist order for springs 10, 11, and 12, which share characteristics of surface water flows with the tunnels and boreholes included in the cease and desist order you are deciding today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bielecki. Appreciate your engagement here within the hearing and this process and contributions amongst it all. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Steve Lowe, who'll be followed by Michael O'Haney, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
And Chair Esquivel, we have a Steve's iPad, which I'm going to assume is Mr. Lowe. We'll give that an opportunity to unmute and confirm it's him. Mr. Lowe, is that you?
Yes.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, am I not going to be on the screen or am I already?
It should invite you to come on screen. We can definitely hear you at this point, Mr. Lowe. We can see you there.
Great. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment in this very important proceeding. I would really like to thank the board and all the staff that have put so much effort into helping us to protect Strawberry Creek. I totally appreciate that and can't believe that you guys have helped so much. My name is Steve Lowe. I'm a resident of Yucaipa, California. I've been involved with Blue Triton and its predecessors in their permit for these spring developments on the National Forest for over 40 years. When I say Blue Triton in the rest of my presentation or my comments, I'm including its predecessors, many of which I've worked with over the years. I served as the forest, fish, and wildlife biologist on the San Bernardino National Forest for over 25 years. I consulted for the Forest Service for another 10 years in the Strawberry Creek watershed. During my Forest Service career, I had multiple occasions dealing with the Blue Triton spring water permit and the environment. Blue Triton always contended that they had absolute rights to the spring water because of their pre-1914 state surface water rights. They claimed that the Forest Service had no control of their water removal because it was spring water controlled by the state and not groundwater. They conducted multiple studies and provided reports to various regulatory agencies to prove that their water was 100% spring water and not groundwater. In my dealing with them, with the Forest Service, they would never agree to return any flows to the stream from the natural springs that had been developed. In 2003, the Forest Service began to question the water rights and the need for in-stream flows to protect the national forest. A high-powered team of specialists from the regional and Washington office was formed to address the 20-year-old expired permit. That effort was halted, however, due to the devastating 2003 old fire that Hugh Bielacki mentioned and other emergencies on the national forest. In 2003, with the old fire flooding, drought, and removal of 35 millions of gallons of water by Blue Triton, the Santa Ana speckled dace, an extremely rare species, was eliminated in Strawberry Creek. It is likely that over many years of fire, drought, and Blue Triton's removal of spring water, several other critically endangered species were also eliminated, in part due to Blue Triton's water removal. In 2014, following my retirement from the Forest Service, Southern California and the San Bernardino National Forest were going through a once in 200-year plus drought event. Much of the forest was losing huge numbers of trees to drought and insects. Streams that supported threatened and endangered species, including Strawberry Creek, were drying up and fish rescues were taking place. I and others contacted Blue Triton and the Forest Service to see if there was any way that they could reduce their diversions during the drought to help the threatened species survive. Blue Triton refused and said that if they could, they would even take more water. They again contended that they had water right from state that gave them absolute total rights to the spring water from the Forest Service springs. I and others began petitioning the Forest Service and the board. We asked them to investigate and deal with the shaky water rights claim, unreasonable use of the spring water, protection of downstream users, and destruction of public trust resources. The Forest Service started the NEPA process on the 30-year expired permit. The board began to investigate our concerns. Blue Triton threatened to sue the Forest Service in the local paper if they tried to limit their take of water in their Forest Service permit. Even though Blue Triton was directed by the Forest Service as a term of their permit, they refused to get a streambed alteration agreement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They claimed that they didn't need one since there was no longer any surface water at the springs. I have fully participated in the Blue Triton cease and desist order hearing and provided hours and hours of testimony. I have provided countless facts, largely from Blue Triton and its predecessors' consultants, all the way back to the original spring developments. These facts are based on the detailed hydrologist engineer row field measurements, which Amanda Fry mentioned, taken in the late 20s and early 30s, and it was paid for by Blue Triton at the time of the spring developments. They also, my facts are also based on Blue Triton's consultant work done since then. Most of this work was done to prove that the spring water was from the original natural springs. It was clearly documented in hearings that 1, all of the developed springs, including 10, 11, and 12, were large natural springs that had sufficient surface flows to justify the development in this remote area miles from the delivery location. The hearing also demonstrated that all of the natural spring flows have now been captured and are being exported from the drainage or dumped from the pipeline at the bottom of the watershed. 3, developed flows are no greater than original natural flows measured by road during a drought prior to spring development. So there's no way that they can claim that it's groundwater. It's water that was coming to the surface and measured during a drought to be greater, at least as much as it is today. And the fourth thing was that many miles of perennial stream have been dried up due to this year-round total diversion of major spring flows from the headwaters. Now, Blue Triton is claiming that their spring developments, which they have always defended as being natural spring water, are not really springs, but are percolating groundwater. All natural springs in the state could be dried up by tunnels and wells if the spring water was all captured underground and exported. That does not mean it wasn't and isn't a spring. All of these wells and tunnels are at or very near the original natural spring orifice. They were located and developed to capture the large, measurable surface spring flows. Photos entered into evidence even showed some actual spring conduits in the rock that were delivering the water to the springs and tunnels. It was not randomly unchanneled percolating groundwater as described by Blue Triton and others. It's time to take action to protect Strawberry Creek, the National Forest, and downstream users by using this cease and desist order, issuing this cease and desist order. I would like to see the board complete the work needed to protect the stream and the users by directing staff to evaluate and issue a similar cease and desist order for springs 10, 11, and 12. Based on the hearings, we now know that they are the same as the other springs with significant surface flows prior to development. In addition, I would like to see the board staff include and address the public trust resources and the downstream users, which was excluded from this process. Since I have a lot of experience on the ground in this project and the environment gained as a public employee, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have of me in this process. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. I appreciate your public service here and your advocacy, your contributions to all of this work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Michael O'Haney.
Morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Michael O'Haney, and I'm the Executive Director of the Story of Stuff Project, a California-based nonprofit organization. For the past 8 years, we've worked with a group of Inland Empire residents, many of whom you've met this morning already, to end the removal of water from Strawberry Creek. We first learned of the controversy surrounding the then Nestle Waters operation during the severe mid-20-teens drought, when Desert Sun journalist Ian James reported that the company's Forest Service permit had expired 27 years earlier. In those years, Nestle paid the Forest Service $524 a year for a permit to occupy federal lands with their tunnels, boreholes, and pipeline, collecting and removing an average of more than 200 acre-feet of water a year. The Desert Sun stories were in turn the result of alarms raised by some of the folks who've preceded me. Steve Lowe, a retired Forest Service biologist, Gary Ernie, a retired forester, and Amanda Fry, a Redlands resident, and as Nestle and Blue Triton have learned, intrepid and dogged researcher. Along with Hugh Bielecki, the president of the Save Our Forest Association, these concerned citizens met with everyone who would talk with them about Strawberry Creek. Local civic groups, elected officials, Forest Service staff, journalists from around the world, and of course, water board investigators. At heart, They believe the spring water removed from the national forest belonged in Strawberry Creek, not in Nestle's bottles. Their commitment and tireless civic action were infectious, and our community has had their backs ever since. In fact, I'm proud to have submitted a petition for the record asking you to approve the order signed by 25,000 citizens from around the world. In 2015, we filed one of the complaints that led board staff to develop the original 2017 report of investigation. And over the past year, my organization has participated as an interested party in Blue Triton's appeal of the draft cease and desist order. As you'll undoubtedly hear shortly from Blue Triton's attorney, we and other interveners were able to introduce hundreds of pieces of evidence, call and cross-examine numerous witnesses, and participate in the site visit to the spring complex, all at considerable expense to our members and supporters. Our participation was both fulsome and fair, and we're extremely grateful both to you and to Mr. Lilly for the opportunity we and other citizens, including Steve, Amanda, and Hugh, have had to participate. This is the end of a nearly 8-year journey, and today I'm really pleased to urge you to adopt the proposed order in its entirety. The historical documents, scientific data, and public records before you make it crystal clear that 1, the water diverted by Blue Triton brands is surface water, and you are well within your authority to regulate the diversions. 2, neither Blue Triton nor its predecessors perfected any right to this water, despite their varied and creative claims to the contrary. And 3, the roadblocks the company and its predecessors have thrown up for years now are merely attempts to delay the inevitable, the loss of a natural resource they do not own. Both the Water Board investigators and the prosecution team are due enormous credit for surfacing the truth and laying a strong foundation for the proposed order. You should adopt it today. But much as it pains me to say this, the board's work is not complete. Please request that staff initiate new enforcement actions to stop the diversion of water from springs 10, 11, and 12. And please direct staff to assess the maximum penalties allowable against Blue Triton and its predecessors for their decades-long removal of water without a right. We Californians have learned over and over again in the years we've pursued this case that water is a precious shared resource. We honor the service of all of those charged by the people of California with preserving our state's water resources. I also want to honor the persistence of Steve, Gary, Amanda, Hugh, and all of the other individuals and organizations whose research, advocacy, and hard work got us where we are today. Thank you again for the opportunity to participate in this important process, and please approve the order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Haney. I appreciate the participation and the engagement and the contributions to this discussion and project. Thank you. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick 10-ish minute break, and we'll come back here at 11:30 and continue on and hear from Blue Triton. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're at 11:32, and we can go ahead and bring ourselves back here. I'd invite up the Blue Triton folks to come up here as a panel. They'd like to the right. Of course. Good morning. You may need to turn on the mic at the base. Thank you, Mr. Donlin.
Good afternoon. I guess we're still morning. Good morning. We have a panel today. Appearing remotely will be Brendan O'Rourke, BTB's Vice President of Technical Services, followed by Lewis Mixon, BTB Senior Natural Resources Manager, and Tam Pham, Arrowhead Springs Resource Manager. Following their comments, Rita McGuire, BTB's Outside Water Counsel, will give some remarks, and I will close with some of our legal positions. Also with us today is Hee-Song Kim, BTB's General Counsel.
We can kind of hear. You might want to bring it closer to you.
There we go.
Oh, okay. It wasn't on then. Yeah.
Turning it off. You want me to start over? Or?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
It wasn't picked up then, likely.
BTB will be appearing as a panel today. First will be Brendan O'Rourke, who's BTB's Vice President of Technical Services, followed by Lewis Mixon, who's BTB's Senior Natural Resources Manager, followed by Tam Pham, Arrowhead Springs Resource Manager, followed by Rita McGuire, my colleague to the left, who's BTB's Outside Special Water Counsel, and myself, who is also BTB's counsel. We have with us today from Stamford, Connecticut, BTB's Vice President, Hee-Song Kim, and General Counsel, who came in to observe these proceedings. So with that, Ms. Tyler, okay, great. There he is, Brendan.
Good morning. My name is Brendan O'Rourke, and I manage Blue Triton's natural resource team. Our guiding principle at Blue Triton is to manage the site for long-term sustainability. Arrowhead brand 100% mountain spring water has been sustainably sourced and bottled from springs in Strawberry Canyon in what is now the San Bernardino National Forest for more than 125 years. The site is a natural collection system, meaning that when you collect water that naturally percolates deep into the fractures and fissures from precipitation before it intersects the ground surface as spring water. Good. During drier periods when less precipitation percolates into the mountain, we collect less water. This is how the facilities in Strawberry Canyon have operated and continue to operate today. Our decisions are guided by sound science. We employ science-minded individuals, engineers, geologists, biologists, and we hire independent consultants who provide guidance as well as conduct actual on-site reviews. I am proud that throughout the process of working with the State Water Resource Control Board, we have shared a number of extensive scientific studies that have been provided in full to the State Water Resource Control Board staff for their review as part of this process. To my knowledge, they are the only in-depth hydraulic, geologic, biological, and ecological studies that have been done by any party in the East Twin Creek watershed. Taking a step back from Arrowhead, let's talk about the role of bottled water. Bottled water cannot and will not replace tap water. We never expected it to. Bottled water does, however, play an important role in helping Americans stay hydrated at a time when more and more beverages are consumed away from home, on the go. Americans have a growing preference for water, mineral, sparkling, flavored, still. Since 2017, the sales of individual-sized bottled water have surpassed sales of carbonated soft drinks. That's great news for the health of Californians and all Americans, as the shift to bottled water of all types removes billions of calories from the American diet. More people are turning to water to quench their thirst, which is good for their health, for the vitality of our business, and for the jobs created in the communities that we call home. We know that bottled water is essential when natural disasters strike or other emergencies surface, and recognize that as a water and beverage company, we have a role to play to help communities access water during these times. We have a long track record of providing drinking water to local municipalities and first responders when tap water may be unavailable. Arrowhead has long been a partner of Cal OES, and as an example, provided bottled water to firefighters during the Camp Fire in Paradise, California. In addition, we donate nearly 34,000 bottles of water each month to the American Red Cross in California so that they are prepared ahead of any emergency or natural disaster. I am proud of Blue Triton's stewardship of the site, our science-based decision-making process, and the products we provide to the marketplace, and our history of helping when our communities need it. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the board and Chairman Esquivel. I'm Louis Mixon III, Senior Manager, Natural Resources for Blue Triton Brands and our Arrowhead brand, 100% Mountain Spring Water. We take seriously our work with the U.S. Forest Service and many local agencies to protect the source of the Arrowhead Springs and our record of development and water use for more than 125 years. The springs in Strawberry Canyon were flowing prior to that development and continue to flow today through our collective water stewardship efforts. Our team is exceptionally proud to continue this history of providing our customers and consumers with sustainably sourced spring water products that they trust for healthy hydration. It is important to Blue Triton that we safeguard our water sources for today and tomorrow. Blue Triton is a natural resource company. We combine long-term hydrogeological, ecological, and biological studies into our adaptive site management programs. We have engaged in significant additional studies, as well as the ongoing paired basin investigation that demonstrates site sustainability. Notably, the previous testimony and proposed order found no negative impact to public trust resources. We are proud of our track record of protecting water resources and responsible water stewardship. Our teams and their families are members of the local community. We demonstrate strong local, regional, corporate engagement, philanthropy, and natural disaster support. Earlier this year, in response to flooding caused by powerful storms and heavy rains in Santa Cruz County, BTB donated more than 70,000 bottles of water to help those affected. And even more recently, our Arrowhead team mobilized and donated 5 shipping containers, more than 167,000 bottles of water to Maui to support the survivors of the Lahaina wildfire. We take pride in our commitment to keep Arrowhead Springs flowing for the benefit of the community and our customers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mixon. I believe next is Tam Pham.
Hello, board members, and thank you, Chair. My name is Tam, and I have been with the Arrowhead brand 100% Mountain Spring Water team for about 11 years now. And during my tenure, I have worked in and around our spring sources in California. Much of that time has been spent at Arrowhead Springs. And I live in the Inland Empire, and I work out of the Ontario, on the Arrowhead factory in California. I'm a proud member of my community, and I'm proud of Blue Triton's commitment to the community that I live in. As a regular part of my job, I meet frequently with local authorities and stakeholders to discuss shared water challenges and best practices in water stewardship. As a result of these meetings, for example, in 2016, Arrowhead began collaborating and sharing our expertise with Rancho Cucamonga's water district to improve the quality of local water supply and to generate an additional 250 million gallons of potable water annually for the community that Cucamonga Valley Water District serves. Through this collaboration, we have created shared value for the customers of the district and in the community where we operate and where our employees live also. We also work with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians and other tribal partners throughout California to deliver to them high quality drinking water. I take this responsibility extremely seriously, and they are partners in our efforts, and we really value the relationship we have with the tribes. When I hike the mountains around the springs, I take pride in our environmentally responsible and sustainable practices, and knowing that the water that we manage benefits the communities that we all live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pham.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rita McGuire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I won't repeat the comments of the prior speakers from Blue Triton, but I think it's evident we take our job as stewards of the environment very seriously, and we have a track record to prove it. I would point out that a few of the comments made prior to our speaking have caused us concern. For example, there was a discussion about the 2003 fire and that somehow Nestle had refused to provide water during that period. In fact, our pipeline was destroyed. That was not an opportunity for us to provide water. It was not a question of choosing. It was a question of not having a pipeline that had to be substantially repaired over a number of months. Let me begin by saying that I've represented Blue Triton Brands and Nestle since 2011. So I've been deeply involved in part here in Arrowhead, but of course in Phoenix, Arizona, where my practice is located. But the investigation in today's case began in 2015, and I was the primary attorney responsible working with attorneys here in California. I can attest that during that entire period, Blue Triton and its predecessor worked extremely cooperatively with the staff of the board, providing them with any technical, historical, or legal documentation they requested. Among other things, we provided evidence of spring water bottling activities that clearly began before 1914. We provided 75 years of annual filings with the State Water Board with respect to our withdrawals. And we also provided them a 1931 case, the case known as Del Rosa Mutual Water Company, which is uncontested for over 75 years, which awarded Blue Triton's predecessors rights in Strawberry Canyon. We've also provided detailed scientific information to both the U.S. Forest Service and State Water Board staff. And to my knowledge, as has been stated earlier, we're not aware of any other in-depth studies of the canyon that have been undertaken to review and monitor the environmental conditions there. The hydrologic study of the spring sites where BTB collects this water showed no evidence of depleting surface water flows in Strawberry Creek or its tributaries. This is confirmed by the shut-in tests that were conducted at each of the spring sites in Strawberry Canyon, as well as the paired basin studies that were undertaken that showed no difference between adjacent canyons where no water was collected and Strawberry Canyon in terms of the environmental conditions. We've made those studies available to the staff, and we think it's important for your consideration. 2 years after the Water Rights Division began its investigation, a draft report of investigation was issued. It determined that Nestle, now Blue Triton, held 26 acre-feet a year of 1914 basis of right for surface water appropriations and an unknown amount of percolating groundwater in Strawberry Canyon. The report was issued just 4 days before Christmas, and the company was given 30 days to respond. The ROI required BTB to provide not one response, but 4 separate responses, each 30 days apart with one exception. In those reports, we provided plans for monitoring reports, assessment reports, scientific studies that had not yet been done but have now been completed. We filed those and were advised that we would have an approval or response from board staff about the proposals we were making for studying the canyon. We received no response. We filed our 4th report and then we waited. 3.5 years later, a final report of investigation was issued by the staff on April 23, 2021. During that period, prior to that period, I should say, company representatives, including myself, reached out to the board staff dozens of times with little or no response. The latest outreach occurred on April 21st, 2021, just 2 days before the final report of investigation was issued. At that time, a virtual meeting was held between the technical and legal staff of the board and Blue Triton staff. The hydrologic and environmental studies were prepared by the company's independent consultants. They were shared with the staff. Now, those reports were not final at the time, so the reports themselves were not shared until a couple of months later when they were finally completed. But rather than wait for those studies, 2 days later, the final report of investigation was issued, reducing the company's 1914 rights as had previously been found at 26 acre-feet to now 7.26 acre-feet. And of course, we now know that the proposed order recommends no water rights for surface water appropriations in Strawberry Canyon. My colleague, Rob Donlin, will address the legal and procedural problems with the administrative hearing and its recommendations. But I want to address some of the more troubling aspects of this case from my perspective as the former director of the Arizona Department of Water Resources. I served as its director for more than 8 years, and I continue to represent the department on Colorado River matters. And in fact, I most recently argued in front of the U.S. Supreme Court on a matter involving the lower Colorado River. I didn't just represent Arizona, I represented 3 major agencies here in California. So I'm very familiar with Colorado water issues. The Arizona Department of Water Resources and the State Board are similar in some important respects. Both agencies have internal legal counsel, and they can initiate enforcement activities when the evidence demonstrates that there's been an illegal diversion or water use that are occurring within the agency's jurisdiction. Like the board, the director of ADWR serves as the final decider of fact and law in contested actions. And like the board, the director's decision becomes an appealable agency action. It's also possible for the cases to go before an administrative hearing officer. And there, the officer makes a recommendation to the director, who in turn, like the board, makes the final decision. But unlike the board, a clear separation is drawn between the director and the agency's prosecuting attorneys and the administrative hearing officer. The director is advised by his own legal counsel or her legal counsel, but the lines are carefully drawn to preclude any communication by the prosecution or the hearing officer with the director. This wall, preventing any communication, ensures a fair process, one in which the defendants or respondents' due process rights are fully protected. Under no circumstances does the hearing officer sit in closed-door sessions to advise the director about his or her reasons for the proposed order. I am familiar with a number of other state agencies and federal agencies that carefully adhere to this separation of roles between the hearing officer or prosecution and the final decider of an agency action. And there are many, many good reasons for this. Now, although this case involves a relatively small volume of water, it will be felt by groundwater users across the state. And for this reason, I ask the board to carefully consider their decisions today. Serial revisions of the proposed order by the AHO and the chief counsel of the board following the hearing went beyond the record before the AHO and what was contained in the final report of investigation. These attempts to revise the prosecution's case or to present or supplement the AHO's reasoning for their order undermines the integrity of the process. And they call into question the fundamental fairness of the hearing process. I don't believe this is an outcome that any of us want. Today, Blue Triton asked this board to adopt its motion to reject and dispose of the proposed order and to also reject the underlying 2021 cease and desist order. With that, I thank the board for your attention and consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Robert Donlin. I'm a water rights attorney here in Sacramento. We appreciate your consideration of our written comments and your consideration of our comments here today. I've been practicing before the State Water Board for more than 25 years, and I can say without a doubt that this is one of the most significant matters to come before you in decades. Obviously, the case has enormous implications for Blue Triton Brands as it proposes to invalidate BTB's vested water rights, which BTB and its predecessors have exercised for nearly a century to supply the Arrowhead brand. Beyond that, make no mistake about it, you are being asked to expand the State Water Board's authority over groundwater in an unprecedented and dangerous manner. As you have heard from essentially every water use organization in the state, the proposed order is inconsistent with existing law and puts a cloud over the water rights, supporting thousands of groundwater wells, boreholes, and tunnels across the state. As Rita said, this proceeding also raises significant questions about the manner in which the State Water Board conducts its enforcement proceedings. We will not go through all of those procedural irregularities today. Those issues have been extensively briefed and the concerns stated in the record presented to the board, and I urge you and hope that you have had an opportunity to read those filings. As this is our only opportunity to address you directly in this process, however, I do want to address several procedural questions. I also want to state what this hearing was not about and what the proposed order does not address. It was not about public trust resources. As Rita said, there's no evidence of impacts to public trust resources. It is not about whether BTB's water use is unreasonable or wasteful. It is not about impacts to vested water rights. It's not about failure to provide information to the State Water Board as requested or as required by statute. And it's not about environmental justice or impacts to underrepresented communities. This order is entirely about the board's authority over groundwater. Let me explain why. The key issue before you is whether BTB's water collections are subject to the board's permitting authority. If you cannot answer that question affirmatively, you should dismiss the draft cease and desist order and reject the proposed order. The relevant facts in this case are not disputed, and the law applicable to the State Water Board's permitting authority over BTB's water sources is clear and irrefutable. In fact, you saw it in Ms. Kenzie's presentation earlier. This is not a complicated case. Water Code Section 1200 and 1201 define the State Water Board's water right permitting authority to apply to, and only to, diversions of, quote, surface water flowing in a natural channel, and to, quote, subterranean streams flowing through known and definite channels. The legal classification of water for jurisdictional purposes is, and always has been, determined where the water is physically diverted and taken under control, not where it hypothetically could have been. Section 2.9 of the proposed order acknowledges that BTB's boreholes and tunnels collect and control water far below the ground surface, and that the boreholes and tunnels are sealed to prevent collection of water near the ground surface. Subterranean waters are presumed to be percolating for water rights purposes and are legally classified as percolating unless the collected water is determined to be flowing in a known and definite channel. The courts and the State Water Board have well-established tests for determining when groundwater flowing in a subterranean stream and known and definite channels is present, and that test has applied since enactment of the Water Commission Act in 1913. The draft CDO does not allege, and the proposed order does not find, that BTB collects groundwater flowing in a subterranean stream in known indefinite channels. Pursuant to Water Code Section 1200 and binding legal authorities, it is clear that BTB collects percolating groundwater over which the State Water Board has no permitting authority under Division 2 of the Water Code. Accordingly, the State Water Board does not have authority to issue a cease and desist order. This is black letter law, board members, as the proposed order does not cite a single relevant court or State Water Board authority to the contrary, nor does it explain why this is not the appropriate legal analysis in this case. Let me repeat that. The proposed order does not cite a single relevant court or State Water Board authority to the contrary, nor does it explain why that is not the test that should be applied in this case. Instead, the proposed order invents an unprecedented test for determining the State Board's permitting authority over, quote, water associated with springs. With the wave of a hand, page 65 of the proposed order states, and I quote, "The question here is whether we should treat BTB's present diversions as diversions of surface water or diversions of percolating groundwater." The proposed order cites no authority that would authorize the State Board or any regulatory agency to ignore undisputed facts and binding legal authority to establish jurisdiction. And it cites no authority to support the hypotheticals, the use of hypotheticals instead of actual facts. Board members, we ask you to acknowledge the undisputed facts in the record, which confirms that BTB collects percolating groundwater for water rights purposes. And we ask you to apply these undisputed facts to the legal authorities that have governed the legal classification of subterranean water, including water that's tributary to springs in this state for more than a century. The board simply has no authority to ignore the law and facts and treat groundwater as surface water under Water Code Section 1200 and 1201. The legal theory for the proposed order's new jurisdictional test is based entirely on State Water Board decisions that are not relevant to the issues before you, and relies on hypothetical scenarios and speculation that bear no relationship to the realities of BTB's water system as it exists now and as it did in the past. The proposed order is misleading to the extent it suggests that there are special jurisdictional and water right classification rules applicable to, quote, springs or spring waters, or to situations where pipes or tunnels intercept groundwater that may flow to the ground surface as a spring. There are not. The proposed order cites no relevant authority to the contrary. In fact, these terms are not used anywhere in the Water Code. Section 1200 certainly does not refer to spring water or water associated with springs or groundwater hydrologically connected to surface water. The terms springs and spring water merely define the physical occurrence of groundwater where it intercepts the ground surface. Under Water Code Section 1200, the underground flow of water that intercepts the ground surface as a spring is legally classified as groundwater before it reaches the ground surface and as surface water when it reaches the ground surface. Unless the subterranean flow is diverted from an underground known indefinite channel, the groundwater is legally classified as percolating water over which the State Water Board does not have permitting authority. But it is also important to understand that the surface expression of a spring does not necessarily determine whether that surface water is subject to the State Water Board's permitting authority. Only water found diverted from flowing water in a natural channel is subject to the State Water Board's permitting authority, regardless of its source. And Water Code Section 1201 is very clear that diversion of water that is flowing in a natural channel does not require a permit from the State Board if it is diverted under a riparian right or if it is already appropriated under the laws of California, such as the case with pre-14 appropriative rights and groundwater appropriations such as BTB's collections. Spring water reaching the ground surface may be found flowing in a natural channel or it may be diffused. The State Water Board has no permitting authority over diffused surface water. And that's all water that's not flowing in a natural channel. The proposed order's new jurisdictional theory is an implausible interpretation of Water Code Section 1200 and 1201, and is precisely why the California legislature in 1913 adopted the subterranean stream standard that exists in Water Code Section 1200 to avoid speculation and inconsistent determinations about the legal classification of groundwaters. The subterranean stream test is simple and its application replicable because it's based on hydrogeologic and geophysical factors that are objective and measurable. The State Water Board decisions cited in the proposed order in support of imposing a cease and desist order are not relevant in this matter. All of those decisions involve State Water Board applications to appropriate surface water, not enforcement actions under Water Code Section 1831 and 1052, which necessitate a determination of the legal classification of groundwater. One of the orders cited in the proposed order is the 2019 order involving the Sugar Pine Water Company. And Mr. Esquivel, I know you're aware of that proceeding. It did not involve the legal classification of groundwater. It involved whether the operator was diverting water consistent with surface water permits. As Professor Zaks reported to the State Water Board his comprehensive 2002 report regarding the legal classification of groundwater, the board has at times issued permits for diversion of groundwater that technically may not be subject to the State Water Board's permitting authority, but only when asked to do so by an applicant. Not one of the State Water Board decisions in the proposed order concerned or even referenced Water Code Section 1200 or 1201, which is the key issue to be addressed in this matter. Not one of those State Water Board decisions in the proposed order involved diversions reported to the State Water Board for 75 years under the Water Code's groundwater recordation statutes. The proposed order does not cite and contradicts, in fact, the historical and recent practices of State Water Board staff concerning the State Board's jurisdiction and authority over subterranean waters, including subterranean waters that feed springs. BTB introduced numerous State Water Board reports, memoranda, and correspondence into the record in this proceeding, in which your staff advised a potential permit applicant from for the State Water Board that the State Water Board does not require a permit for diversions from tributary groundwater to springs unless that water is diverted from a subterranean stream. The proposed order refers to none of those guidance documents. There is no evidence in the record that the water sources from which BTB collects at its boreholes ever naturally discharge to the ground surface anything more than a seep that wetted a hillside. There is no actual evidence that spring seeps occurred in or tributary to a natural channel. And there is no evidence that BTB ever diverted water flowing in a natural channel. That is certainly not what is happening today. In fact, the only testimony presented on this topic from the author of a recent multi-year hydrologic study that Rita mentioned in the Strawberry Canyon watershed concluded that the undeveloped springs historically in Strawberry Canyon did not discharge a flow of water in any tributary or natural channel, but rather discharged as seeps. Based on this evidence, even if BTB were to collect natural spring discharges in a spring box at the ground surface as hypothesized in the proposed order, the water that BTB would hypothetically divert would be legally characterized as diffuse surface water because it would not be a diversion of water flowing in a natural channel. I want to briefly address three procedural issues, and Ms. McGuire touched on some of those, and they've been touched on earlier today by Mr. Loffer and Ms. Kenzie. First, ex parte communications. The APA prohibits direct and indirect communications regarding any issue in a pending proceeding to a hearing officer from an employee of an agency without notice and opportunities for all parties to participate in the communication. That's the general rule, against which there are several exceptions, none of which apply here. The Office of General Counsel argues in the change sheet that Government Code Section 11430.30 authorized the hearing officer to engage in ex parte communications with the State Water Board and Division of Water Rights and Office of Chief Counsel for the purpose of providing the hearing officer, quote, assistance and advice from a person that has not served as an investigator or prosecutor in the proceeding. This argument is incorrect. Exceptions to the ex parte rule are to be narrowly construed and are to be read together with the entire statute in order to give each section of the statute meaning. OCC's broad and unbounded interpretation of the advice and assistance exception would render the entire ex parte statute meaningless, as any communication with a hearing officer could be characterized as advice and counsel. This exception applies only to AHO staff, including technical experts that may be assigned from time to time by the State Water Board to the Administrative Hearing Office before a hearing begins, for the purpose of providing advice and assistance to the AHO during the conduct of the hearing. I would next like to address the issue about the process under Water Code Section 1114. The OCC change sheet argues that it was proper for the AHO to withdraw and retransmit the July 7th revised proposed order because, one, nothing in the APA or the Water Code prohibit the AHO from doing so, and two, the AHO and State Water Board have wide latitude to fashion their own rules regarding the conduct of AHO and State Water Board proceedings. These arguments are misleading and incorrect. They're misleading because the AHO did not propose to withdraw and retransmit a revised proposed order on July 7th. Rather, at 4:45 in the afternoon on the day that the State Water Board issued the public notice for its July 18th to consider the BTB proposed order, the AHO issued a 33-page document that it characterized as a change sheet that contained only minor, non-material changes to the proposed order. These changes were neither minor nor non-material, but in fact contained many new legal arguments, cited new evidence, modified factual findings, and addressed issues that were not before the hearings office. It was not until BTB complained that the change sheet was unfair and improper that the AHO and OCC characterized the filing of the change sheet as a withdrawal of the prior proposed order and a resubmittal of a revised proposed order. The argument is incorrect because the AHO and the State Water Board must conduct enforcement proceedings consistent with the process set forth in Water Code Section 1114. And I understand that this is a new office and we're all getting our sea legs on these issues, but that statute is clear. The AHO transmits a proposed order to the State Water Board. The respondent and interested parties submit written comments to the State Water Board on the proposed order, and the State Water Board considers both the proposed order and the public comments when it decides whether to adopt or reject a proposed order. There is no role for the hearings office after it has submitted a proposed order. OCC argues that this matter is complex and therefore justifies further engagement with the hearing office. We disagree that this was a complex matter, as stated before, but in any event, the AHO is not the State Water Board's attorney or advisor. The State Water Board has many talented attorneys and technical experts that can advise you about the questions, about its questions and your questions with the AHO's proposed order and about the comments received from interested parties. If a proposed order is not sufficiently clear about its legal and factual basis, or if you think the factual record or legal analysis requires supplementation, then you are directed under 1114C2 to reject the proposed order and either remand it to the AHO for further proceedings or to decide the issues yourself on the record. Our concern is that the AHO improperly influenced your consideration of our comments on the proposed order when it transmitted proposed material changes to the proposed order in response to comments, and in doing so improperly influenced State Board consideration of BTB's and others' comments and the State Water Board's procedural options today. Finally, I want to address precedent decisions, and this is really important because there is no legal authority for the proposed order's jurisdictional test. The only authority for it are old, prior State Water Board decisions, and as I mentioned, those are not relevant to consideration in this matter. But more importantly, the proposed order improperly relies on those decisions without complying with the Administrative Procedures Act. Government Code Section 11425.60C is clear that the State Water Board may not rely on its administrative decisions as precedent unless the State Water Board, 1, maintains an index of significant legal and policy determinations made in its present decisions. The index is updated not less frequently than annually. The index is made available to the public by subscription, and its availability is publicized annually in the California Regulatory Notice Register. The State Board has done none of this. Reliance on precedent decisions is an exception to the APA's requirement that you make policy decisions by rulemaking. And as such, strict requirements with compliance with the procedural requirements of Section 11425.60 is required. Moreover, the precedent decision requirements are specifically intended to avoid the types of abuses that we saw in this proceeding, where prior State Water Board decisions are reimagined and cited to support novel water rights theories that were never considered by the State Water Board when it adopted those decisions. Board members, in closing, the proposed order before you is not credible. The proposed order ignores its own findings that BTB collects percolating groundwater, and it ignores the applicable legal standards regarding the State Water Board's permitting authority over groundwater. In its place, the proposed order invents out of whole cloth an entirely new test for determining the legal classification of groundwater, including groundwater that is tributary to a spring. The proposed order cites no authority supporting its rejection of the established legal test and no relevant authority supporting the new legal jurisdictional test. For the reasons stated, we respectfully urge you to grant BTB's June 2nd, 2023 motion to dismiss the April 2021 draft cease and desist order to set aside the proposed order. Ms. McGuire and I are available to answer questions. We hope you have some.
Thank you, Mr. Donlin and Ms. McGuire. I appreciate your participation as well and contributions to this discussion, obviously, and proceeding, even if we may have different conclusions amongst it. I don't have any further question for you now. Looking to my colleagues and seeing none. Thank you. I know we have a few more public commenters to go through, and I'm sure there will be board discussion at that moment. So thank you again. Next, I would like to go to our last public commenters here. First, we have Rachel Doty, who will be followed by Richard Freeman. Yes, you might need to turn on the mic. There's a button up on top, and it'll be green once it's good to go.
Okay. All right. There we go. So good afternoon, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed cease and desist order. I'm Rachel Doty, and I am the founding shareholder of Greenfire Law PC. In this matter, I represented and had the privilege of representing Story of Stuff Project, and in doing so, I worked closely with Amanda Fry, Steve Lowe, Hugh Bialecki, the Center for Biological Diversity, as well as many other members of the public who were uniformly alarmed at the dewatering of public lands in Strawberry Canyon. While the trust resources of the people of California were depleted over the last 100 years, Blue Triton and its predecessors and interests were raking in profits and misrepresenting their right to the water in Strawberry Canyon to the state, to federal agencies, and to the public, as well as their customers, and that's unacceptable. BTB's diversions were made even more egregious by the fact that the water withheld was from public lands, and then it was simply dumped at the bottom of the mountain in large volumes. This has resulted in the Forest Service characterizing Strawberry Creek in the National Forest as in poor condition due to lack of flow, contrary to the testimony of BTB earlier about the lack of any conclusion about trust resources. In 1931, BTB's predecessor sent W.P. Rowe, a well-respected and meticulous engineer, BTB sent him, to evaluate a new water source that had been identified by a hotel groundskeeper visual observation of surface water. Mr. Rowe, upon his review in 1930, found a reliable and abundant source on which he commented. I have made no mention of the question of the origin of the springs and their source of water supply because we can assume that they have been flowing for a great many years, and the water has been entering Strawberry Creek. That was midsummer, July 1930, which was a relatively dry year. He returned in the spring of 1931 and described the trust resources he found in Strawberry Canyon. He found what he called deep-seated springs high in the mountain, which were fairly regular, especially during the late summer season. The canyon below he described as lined with alder, sycamore, dogwood, and cedar trees, together with ferns and thimbleberry bushes. Still further down, he described the Cienega Springs, which are 10, 11, and 12, saying they augmented the flow of Strawberry Creek, which means that they too are within your jurisdiction. That's contrary to the testimony of BTB today, and that was presented at the hearing. Also, Mr. Allard, formerly with the U.S. Geological Survey, testified that the older maps, the topo maps, which were presented at the hearing, have blue lines indicating surface water streams, and that those blue lines would have been based upon observations, physical observations in the field because of the vintage of those maps. So the well-supplied and lush creek that was described in 1930 by BTB's own engineer, Mr. Rowe, prior to the diversion, is today the parched landscape that the Forest Service has described as in poor quality because of low flow. Now, the hearing officer in this case has drawn on a solid and redundant record of support for the proposed order you've heard before you. But his recommendations, if anything, are conservative because they address only unauthorized use. Mr. Lilly did not include in his analysis impacts of trust resources, but you must consider trust resources. And he did not consider whether BTB's diversion of water, to which it has no right, and dumping of that water at the bottom of the canyon is reasonable. So you heard testimony from BTB that a basin comparison study was done. But at the hearing, we heard testimony from Mr. Zidane, the geologist who was hired by CBD, as well that comparison was devoid of useful information. And we also reviewed the Forest Service's report about the poor quality of trust resources. You also heard discussion of the Del Rosa decision, but private parties in a consent judgment cannot establish water rights, cannot manufacture water rights that don't exist. You can't sell or transfer what you don't own. And so this doesn't particularly matter because Blue Triton Brands can't transfer what it doesn't own, and it couldn't have done so back in the 1930s at the time of the Del Rosa decision. So BTB has invited you to engage in a prolonged further procedure to build on years and years of existing procedure, which have resulted in a strong record on which we believe you can rely. Thousands and thousands of hours of work by dedicated members of the public who've scoured archives, time spent by staff reviewing those archive records, time spent by the administrative hearing officer, and all conducted, from my perspective, with absolute integrity. And then I want to invite you to recognize a lawyer trick that was engaged by BTB's attorneys. They said that there were no relevant cases for you to review. However, the hearing officer has attached an entire appendix of cases which we believe are relevant authority for you to consider. So we urge that you take the following actions. Please first adopt the proposed order without revision. Second, please direct staff to initiate a new enforcement action which addresses harm to trust resources, the diversions from the Cienega Springs 10, 11, and 12, and which are sometimes referred to as the Cienega Springs. And third, please assess sufficient penalties against Blue Triton to discourage others from engaging in similar theft of public trust resources. In taking the above actions, please consider to direct staff to consider whether BTB's unauthorized diversion and dump operations amount to waste and unreasonable use as well. and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Next, I'd like to call up Richard Freeman, who will be followed by Allison Toivola, and I believe that may round out our commenters.
And Chair Esquivel, I do not see Mr. Freeman on the platform, and I don't recall seeing him on earlier today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, then, and I believe our last commenter, we will have up Allison Toivola.
Right, hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Excellent, great. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Give me 1 second, my computer is freezing. Okay, there we go. My name is Allison Toivola. I am an attorney with the law firm of Best and Krieger, and I am speaking today on behalf of our client, the Association of California Water Agencies, or ACWA. ACWA is comprised of more than 460 public agency members collectively responsible for 90% of the water delivered to cities, farms, and businesses in California. The proposed cease and desist order that we are discussing today raises broad and expansive risks and would create significant uncertainty for ACWA's members. The proposed order should be rejected by the board for at least 2 reasons. First, as has been said, this board does not have jurisdiction to enter the proposed order under the Water Code. As mentioned in several earlier presentations, the board has jurisdiction, has water right permitting authority, over surface waters flowing in natural channels and groundwater in subterranean streams flowing in known and definite channels. This board does not have jurisdiction over diffused surface waters or percolating groundwater. It is the AHO's burden to prove that the water at issue here is in a subterranean stream flowing through known and definite channels, and therefore subject to this board's jurisdiction. The proposed order relied on hypothetical situations of where the water would or could be, not in reality where it is, and therefore did not satisfy that burden of proof under the applicable 4-part test. That is because these waters are not within the jurisdiction of the board. Second, the proposed order is not supported by any other state board order, state board decision, statute, rule, regulation, or case law. The AHO instead ignored the directly applicable 1931 Del Rosa Court decision, mentioned several times this morning. That case held that Blue Triton's predecessor in interest, Arrowhead Springs Corp., had the right to divert water and ship it outside of the watershed for bottling. Refusing to follow this precedent simply because the state board or its predecessor was not party to that case upends any certainty and reliability for water rights determinations in this state. That is not and cannot be the law. In short, the proposed order is a substantial expansion of this board's jurisdiction unfounded in law or fact. It introduces uncertainty, speculation, and confusion in an area of law where precedent is of paramount importance. We respectfully ask the board reject the proposed order. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Toivola. Appreciate your comments and contribution to this discussion. Looking to the board clerk to ensure that we don't have any further commenters at this point. Appreciate that. I want to thank everyone. I know that this decision and this work, like all the work before this board, is certainly come to with a tremendous amount of humility. I appreciate what we've heard today, but when I look at the record, when I look at the facts and the fact patterns here on this particular matter, I'm not moved at this point to find a different conclusion. The reality is that you see the interception of what is otherwise water that would be naturally flowing into a channel, and we're needing to ensure here that we have a water rights system that we can all have faith in, and not allow for those to gain economic advantage by bypassing or here creating an ability to intercept what would otherwise be within this board's jurisdiction to be able to best oversee. And so I don't have anything further to ask at this time, but I look to my fellow colleagues. I know that Mr. Donlin, you brought up procedural concerns. I know we must pursue all here. I don't it's important that interested parties pursue their self-interest and various legal strategies. Nothing that was brought up there for me causes pause for concern, or otherwise, again, changes what is the fact pattern here and the information before us on this order. But I look to fellow board colleagues in case they have questions and want to make comment.
Just a question for, thank you, Chair Esquivel. Just a question for our Chief Counsel, just in terms of the procedural concerns that we did hear today from Mr. Donlan and others. Was there anything new or different from the arguments that were previously made that were responded to in the change sheet that I should take into consideration?
Fundamentally, there isn't anything new. The issues joined by Blue Triton Brands have been in their prior motions that have come before the board and were considered as part of the change sheet that was proposed last week, change sheet number 1. Yeah, I do think it's important, and let me unpack it and hit a little bit on the procedural issues. First and foremost, and Ms. McGuire was, I think, very careful, and I think she recognizes that in her prior role, just as here at the board, we have a fundamental responsibility to abide by due process concerns. And there were times in her statements as well as Mr. Donlan's statements that there were repeated references to somehow there was not an appropriate wall between any kind of enforcement capacity staff and those advising the board and those advising the Administrative Hearings Office. At bottom, though, she gets to the issue of whether or not there should have been a separation between the Administrative Hearings Office and the Water Board. So let me take those issues separately. First and foremost, there has not been any breaching of the wall. The board and the Administrative Hearings Office have the ability to draw on disinterested staff to support their decisions. And the Administrative Procedures Act in Government Code Section 111430.30, Subdivision C, makes it clearer, and the California Supreme Court in its Morongo decision makes it clear that that's where the fundamental wall needs to be, between those staff who have been involved in an investigation or a prosecution and may have formed opinions, and then the advisory capacity of the agency. And that wall has been absolute throughout this proceeding. And in fact, it's why your executive director has not been involved in this proceeding at all, because at one point in time she had been involved with the prosecution team, and so she's walled off and on that side. Now, the second part of Ms. McGuire's concern and Mr. Donlan's concern concerns the role that the AHO has in this decision as it comes to the board. And this is a little bit of a novel issue, but the APA does recognize, first of all, this is a proceeding under the Administrative Hearings Office provisions of the Water Code that contemplate a proposed decision coming to the board. So the Administrative Hearings Office is not issuing a final decision that's enforceable in any way. The Administrative Procedures Act recognizes a couple of different exceptions for a division between a hearing officer and the agency head before rendering a final decision. But it recognizes that if the hearing officer is not issuing a decision, and this is under 0.80 of the relevant ex parte provisions, that the ex parte prohibition between the hearing officer and the final decision maker does not exist. And so I think that's where we see a disconnect between their concerns and our view of the ex parte prohibitions and the role of the Administrative Hearings Office. And again, the Administrative Hearings Office serves multiple responsibilities under the Water Code. And in one key respect, it takes over or provides the flexibility that wasn't always historically there, where the board relied on its own board members to serve as hearing officers, and those communications could occur within the board. And in this respect, this particular provision under 1114 of the Water Code, Subdivision C, is a recognition that the hearing officer can conduct the proceeding, generate the evidentiary record, and then provide a proposed decision to the board for consideration. And nowhere in there are we getting any violation of the fundamental due process concerns of separating the prosecution and investigative function from the advisory function. Instead, it's a common advisory function throughout. Likewise, with respect to Water Code Section 1114 and the ability of the hearing officer to withdraw the decision, fundamentally, as we've indicated in the change sheet, there is nothing that prohibits this particular process. And I think at bottom, what you look at is whether or not there has been appropriate process afforded to all the parties. By withdrawing the decision in light of some of the concerns raised by Blue Triton Brands and then resubmitting it to the board for consideration, it afforded additional process to Blue Triton Brands and all the other parties because they had an additional 30-day comment period, and those comments were allowed, and the modifications that had originally been proposed in the July 7 version that was circulated by the Administrative Hearings Officer was allowed to address some of those concerns and modulate some of the issues that were raised by commenters. So essentially, it's added process that's occurred as a result of this, and there is nothing in the Water Code that prohibits that approach. And in terms of precedential decisions, it's a relatively small piece of the decision in terms of looking at how some of the prior state board decisions have dealt with these issues. But the Water Board has designated its decisions adopted by the board, unless otherwise denominated, as non-precedential, as precedential, and it maintains an index on its website. The website is searchable. They're also available through Westlaw and other common services. And so we believe that we've been consistent with our obligations under the APA for designating and following precedential decisions. There is one last cleanup thing I want to do unrelated to any of the objections raised by Blue Triton Brands, and it's just there have been a number of statements today, and I probably have to defer to the Administrative Hearings Office since it has familiarity with the actual testimony throughout the proceeding. But there have been a number of statements made by interested parties about operations at the facility and statements attributed to Blue Triton Brands. Just to be clear, the evidentiary record is the record that was developed before the Administrative Hearings Office. What was here before you today is argument in support of or in opposition to the order, but it's not evidentiary in nature, and so none of that would be relied on in the board's ultimate decision.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. Board member, anything further?
I was going to say thank you as well. I appreciate the clarification. Obviously, when parties are here making fairly strong assertions about whether the Administrative Hearings Office and our board has followed due process, that is something I want to understand as best I can. And Mr. Donlan, I'll agree. The Administrative Hearings Office is fairly new and getting its sea legs, but I do feel that the appropriate process and procedures were followed based on Mr. Lafayette explanation just there. So thank you for that. I don't have any other questions personally. I do have some comments I'd like to make, but I'll defer to other board members if there's other questions.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire. Comments welcomed.
And now I will transition to comments. So thank you. This is a complicated issue, and it strikes me as remarkable, frankly, that it's been 90 years since this facility has been in operation, and it's just now coming before us to the board as a question over what water is being diverted. Is it groundwater? Is it surface water? Is it spring water? Is it some mix of those different types of waters? From a legal perspective and from a physical perspective, it's very, very hard to untangle. So I'm very appreciative of the investigation that was conducted by our Office of Enforcement. I'm very appreciative by the rigorous hearing that was held by our Administrative Hearings Office to provide a fair and complete, transparent opportunity for all the parties who are engaged on this. And there were clearly numerous folks who are interested in this proceeding to weigh in and share the facts about the case and what's happening here at Strawberry Creek. To me, it's of paramount importance as a board member, as a State Water Resources Control Board member, that we are appropriately administering the water rights priority system. That's first and foremost for me. And when it comes to a matter like this, as it perhaps unclear and unresolved in some respects, it's important that we get this right. And so today I'm comfortable with the order and the change sheet as proposed, primarily because this is tailored I think, well to the specific facts at hand, which is that this water is diversion of surface water ultimately. And that water, as it's described in the order, closely associated with springs, is clearly in a nexus there, to me, that demonstrates that it falls within the board's authority. So that was a concern for me, was, kind of is there a line there somewhere that should be drawn in terms of, is there a point where this water goes from being a discharged spring water to perhaps percolating groundwater, as the argument has been made? And for me, it's clear in this case, given the physical location of these facilities and the information that was provided, that in this instance, ultimately, these facilities were diverting what would be surface water. And so one of the concerns that I had initially when I first read the order was about the precedential nature of it and whether this could be misinterpreted. And so I'm comfortable in part because of the additional clarifications to the change sheet to help more clearly articulate what were the facts that actually informed that decision in this specific instance. That this is not a broad brush determination that all spring water, any diversions that are close to springs anywhere in the state of California are inherently surface water. I don't think that's the finding here today. I think it is, in fact, that in this example for this project, that this is a diversion that falls within the board's authority. The other thing that gives me some comfort is that, because I am sympathetic here in some regards, because this is a long-standing diversion that has not been challenged previously. So this was a tough issue for me to wrestle with in terms of where to take this and what sort of action would be appropriate here. Ultimately, I conclude that I'm comfortable with the order, but nonetheless, this was a tough internal deliberation for me. But the area that gives me some comfort is that Ms. Kinsey articulated is that Blue Triton Brands does still have the opportunity to file a new water right application for any developed water that might be available and any water that is not hydrologically connected to Strawberry Creek. So for me, the fact that we're finding this to fall under the board's jurisdiction does not necessarily bring the hammer down on this facility. There may be opportunities for it to continue to operate under whatever water is available for appropriation under those arguments. So I appreciate that that's a future decision. We're not making that decision here today. But for me, as I'm taking all this information in and deciding on my thoughts, those were some of the primary factors that I took into consideration. So again, just to sum up, I am comfortable with the order, with the change sheet, and I'd be happy to make a motion when the board's ready.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. And yeah, I will add, I also am comfortable with both the proposed order and change sheet. As Board Member McGuire said, our authority over water rights and requirements to get permits for diversions is something that is a core function for us here at the Water Board. If we were to allow folks to evade that authority simply by drilling a borehole or a tunnel to intercept a spring or surface water immediately before it surfaces, that's just, I think, calling for increased attempts to evade the authority and water rights systems we have at the state. So I think this is extremely important that we clarify this here and now. There's no question with these fact patterns in my mind that the purpose of the boreholes and tunnels that are being ruled on by this order were created specifically for and associated specifically with the historical springs and to divert spring water. So I think this is a very specific, narrow fact pattern here. This is not, I think, if anything, it's clarifying how this is not applying to percolating groundwater and other fact patterns that may not be specifically associated with historical springs. And I do think this was a very thorough and frankly long process to get here. I also just want to acknowledge, as Board Member McGuire said, this is a really big deal. Understand a huge amount of money and business is at stake, but it also is important for us that no matter how much money is involved, that we are going to ensure that the laws of our state are upheld and that they apply to everybody. And I also just want to acknowledge and thank the community leaders that have been working on this, many of whom we heard from today, for a very long time to bring this to surface, and for all the work that's gone into making sure that we are applying the water rights rules of our state equally to all. Thanks.
Thank you, board members. Echo your comments, and here ultimately, I know there's been an incredible amount of engagement, and to your point, Board Member Firestone, part of the story, and Ms. Rizzardo touched on it as well, is one of the public engaging with the board, and here bringing to light an issue that has been handled incredibly professionally, has taken years, so this isn't a quick judgment by this board in the least, and has been with a tremendous amount of thought and balance as to how we continue to pursue the administration of water rights in the state, administer water rights, in fact, and have the resources to do so to begin to work through what are similarly a lot of complex issues within our state. The concern of the water agencies and others that have come to the table now around the vast expansion or the narrative of a board hungry to expand its authorities and here carelessly is, I hear it, and here as Board Member McGuire and the other board members have said, the fact pattern here is narrow. The outline of what that fact pattern is, even more tightly, being able to describe it is critical so that here, yes, it's setting some precedent, but it's not without bounds. It's not so undefined and so broad that we are doing harm to the very system that I know this board and this dais takes great care as we do our best to administer under sometimes not the most resourced circumstances. But I'm glad the resources were put to this discussion. I am supportive, as I said, and just appreciate everyone's engagement here.
Okay, so with that, I will make a motion to adopt the July 7th revised proposed order with change sheet number 1.
And I'll second.
Thank you, board members. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the order is adopted. I appreciate everyone's good work here. Let's give ourselves a lunch. We will not begin, as we indicated in our agenda, item number 8 until about 1:30. Let's go ahead and give ourselves an hour lunch, and we'll go ahead and begin our next item at 1:45. Thank you, everyone, for a productive morning. Looking forward to our afternoon's discussions as well. Thank you.
Oh, the monitor's great.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Now we can proceed on to item number 8, which is consideration of a proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations amending the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. I'll kick things over to Mr. Ciccarelli, and would note this is the first in a tranche of about 4 fee items we'll be discussing. So we'll put you through your paces this afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Joaquin Estebal and fellow board members. My name is David Ciccarelli. I'm the Chief of the Fee and Revenue Branch in the Division of Administrative Services. Before I present this item, on the behalf of the Division of Administrative Services, I wanted to provide an update on fiscal. Accounting is currently working on the year-end closing for fiscal year 22-23. It is anticipated that the year-end closing will be completed and financial statements will be sent over to the State Controller's Office in mid-November. The fiscal system requires the prior fiscal year end to be completely closed before accounting can close fiscal months in fiscal year 23-24. However, in August of 2023, accounting has taken steps to begin the fiscal year 23-24 month-end closing activities. This included reconciling labor charges. By taking these steps in advance, it will enable accounting to close months sooner after the completion of the fiscal year 22-23. Accounting anticipates being fully caught up with month-end closing by February of 2024, closing January 2024 fiscal activities in February of 2024. At that time, accounting is anticipated to be on schedule with fiscal.
I think we're looking to get slides up. Yeah, thank you.
There we go. Thank you. we're here to present the item for your consideration of a proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations amending the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program ELAP fee schedules. Next slide, please. And joining me today is Cassandra White, who is also a branch manager in the Fees and Revenue branch. Next slide, please. So just to overview the staff presentation, we'll have an overview of our stakeholder outreach, the Environmental Laboratory Improvement Fund budget cost drivers, proposed fee changes, the future fee structure, and then comments received, and then we'll open it up to any questions. Next slide, please. So just briefly talking about the stakeholder outreach, all of our meetings were via Zoom and webcast. We had 3 fee stakeholder meetings, which were March 10th, June 13th, August 4th. Each of these meetings align with iterations of the governor's budget. The primary focus of these meetings are discussions on the budgetary cost drivers, including if there were any BCPs. Of course, for this program, there were no BCPs. Any proposed fee adjustments to meet budgetary expenditures, overview of the fund condition, and of course, any proposed fee adjustments. There's open dialogue with the stakeholders, and we definitely encourage feedback on staff proposals. I also wanted to mention that in addition to these meetings, the Water Board's Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, staff from Drinking Water conducted meetings with LTEC Group also related to our fee programs. Next slide, please. So at this point, this is the Environmental Laboratory Improvement Fund budgetary cost drivers. I'm going to pass it on to Cassandra, and she will review this slide.
Good afternoon. So we see that the ELAB budget allocation decreased.
Apologies, you might need to turn the mic on. Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, the ELAP budget allocation decreased by 1.8%, and the main driver for that decrease was a reduction in pro rata due to a result of a prior adjustment to correct an overestimated assessment from Department of Finance back in fiscal year 21-22, and we anticipate that this is the last year that there'll be a need to do an adjustment. Give it back to you, David.
So thank you. So this year's enacted budget is $4.6 million, which is which basically covers of course, the entire program for ELAP. So next slide, please. So at this point, I wanted to go over the fund condition and what's of course, there's the driving cost from the cost drivers, but where we got to the estimate of needed revenue for the program. And so what you're looking at here is our beginning balance in our fund, our total revenues, our total expenditures, comparing our revenues and expenditures, and of course our ending balance, or what we know as our fund reserve. So first column there, or the middle column there, which is referred to as fiscal year 23-24, no fee increases. This would be where we would land at the end of this fiscal year if there weren't any adjustments. And so our beginning balance is $867,000, which is the reserve amount from the prior year. And this amount is a result of cost savings measures taken last year to reduce expenditures. And there was also a one-time fine and penalty amount received and deposited into the fund. Included that there were multiple delinquent invoices that not just program staff, but the fee staff were collecting on and deposited into the fund. So these were one-time fees, basically. There were delinquencies in past years that we spent staff time on, working with the labs and collecting these invoices, which generated additional revenue in 22-23. So because of the cost savings of holding our expenditures down, we built somewhat of a reserve in the fund. So our beginning balance is $867,000. Without any fee increases, any adjustments, we're based on the universe of labs right now, and we've calculated into a little bit of a drop off also. Total revenue about $3 million. Again, our total expenditures, which is our budgeted number, is 4.6, which again is a difference of 1.6 million, which would which is the deficit between revenues and expenditures, and basically shows a negative ending balance. And of course, the Department of Finance has rules on us bringing our funds into the negative amount. So when we look at it, to maintain a positive balance in the fund, so drawing down the reserve, which is part of the $867,000, plus a 30% of additional revenue is needed. Therefore, staff is proposing a 30% fee increase for all ELAP fee categories. So basically looking at this, it still has a structural deficit, but we're drawing that $867,000, using it to cover our expenditures for this fiscal year. If at the beginning of the year, we didn't have through our reports kind of estimating it, we didn't know exactly what that beginning balance was. So we were estimating a lot higher increase in revenue than where we're standing at the 30%. It was more in the mid 50% back in May. But after looking at our reports, we're needing about 30% in additional revenue to cover our expenditures. Next slide, please. So what this basically shows, I know we talk about percentages, but we also want to illustrate it in dollar amounts. So this basically, there's a base fee, there's a fee charge on the fields of accreditations, there's a fee for our out-of-state labs. Next slide, please. There's a fee for, of course, if there's any amendments done, and then there's a fee for our assessments on our laboratories. If you could go back to the prior slide. So just to give an example of what a smaller lab would be paying. So a smaller lab that has between 1 and 10 FOAs and pays the base fee, their fee would go up $965 under this option, or under this scenario of a 30% increase. And then a lab, which we consider small also, between 11 and 49, their fee would go up $1,275. Next slide, please. And then next slide. So we're kind of looking at future fee structure. On May 2nd at the board meeting, ELAP discussed challenges with the current fee structures, reliance on the total number of accredited laboratories, and implications for the future if no change is made. At the July 10th focus stakeholder work group, there was discussed ideas of adding a volumetric charge to the fee structure to shift more of the fee burden to the larger labs. At the August 4th stakeholder meeting, there was a discussion of potential reporting requirements to gather data needed to explore, a volumetric change or volumetric charge. And based on the comments received at this time, staff is not proposing to change the fee structure or the reporting requirements at this time. ELAP and fees, though, we're going to continue. We're dedicated to looking towards developing a new fee structure. We realize that the current structure isn't sustainable, and that that we recognize that the way it's set up, that when labs drop off, it basically spreads the cost to the other labs, and we recognize that, and so we're definitely committed to working with the community. We've already started, that process. ELAP has started that process on looking at ways of capturing data, perhaps going to a volumetric charge, and or looking at other options and or other funding sources if possible. Next slide, please. So we did receive a couple of comments, one from Debbie Mackey from the Central Valley Clean Water Association, one for Spencer Sachs from the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I'm not sure if either are here or have provided comments. There are, okay. So, staff would be prepared to respond after, if the board is okay with it, after the comments are made, then staff can respond to those comments. Next slide. And so if there's any questions from the board at this time.
Appreciate the work on this. Every time we come to our fees discussion each year now, I'm just reminded, I know the challenge here of after the fact, just needing to recoup and keep our program moving, and that there are challenges, like in this case, declining number of labs that make the work here not sometimes the easiest, but appreciate the discussions that I know have gone on amongst the labs, and here look forward to, as we continue to think through the program when it comes to ELAP and the changes that have been made, how best we structure the funding for this that ensures it's equitable and also not so challenging as we continue to look at everything. Looking to see if there's questions from board colleagues. No questions then, and I will go to then, we have about 3 commenters, and so I'll go to our first, Judy Morgan. Apologies, Ms. Morgan. I think you got muted again. You should be invited again to unmute. There we are. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you, Chairman, very much for the opportunity to speak on this issue today. My name is Judy Morgan. I'm the current Chief Compliance Officer for PACE Analytical and the current chair of California LTAC. My other affiliations extend to the American Council of Independent Labs and the Environmental Monitoring Coalition. And our laboratory themselves, we currently have 3 environmental labs and 1 life sciences lab located in California. So these types of decisions have a significant impact on our business. So I want to address this issue as it appears to me. So there was an emergency action a few years ago to raise fees, and now here we are again in a similar place. In looking over the information that I have and the previous actions to raise fees, I've not seen a justification or a gap analysis for the fee increase other than financials that gives the transparency regarding the cost to run the program and the current resources that are absolutely necessary to run the program. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen a report that shows the change in the program from then until now that explains why we are in an emergency fee situation again. It has been said on several occasions that the number of labs in the program is shrinking, therefore indicating that less management and administration are needed to maintain the program. So in addition to that, majority of the labs that are using the third-party accreditation option to have their labs assessed, therefore needing less resources from the ELAP team. Laboratories, regardless of size, performing highly technical, sophisticated, or complex analyses are required to use third-party assessors. The current ELAP assessment staff does not have the credentials to provide this type of assessment service to all laboratories. Third-party assessment fees are paid directly by the lab and are of no cost to ELAP. Since several labs have left the program and a large number of remaining labs use external third-party assessors, is it reasonable to believe that the ELAP program should be evaluated to determine if the amount of staff is the right number for the number of labs using the service, especially if the service offerings are in less demand and there are less labs? I personally haven't been in this industry for quite some time, have a lot of information as it relates to the other state agencies. There is at least one other state that accredits approximately 216 more laboratories, and they do so on a smaller budget with 33% less people than the California program, and they perform all of the assessments with no allowance for third-party options. Several other programs have a ratio of the number of labs per individual staff person that is much higher than with fees that are reasonable to maintain a financially self-sufficient program. I've requested transparency in the cost to run the program there in California and the details of expenses and income, but have not been able to obtain the information that would indicate why planned increases cannot and are not an option. As a matter of fact, I cannot directly compare the overall financial status of the ELAP numbers to any other program because I can't get the basic information that I've gotten from the other states with similar programs. This should not be this hard, and if it is, it explains why emergency actions are necessary over planned increases that allow ample notice. These types of actions should always represent justification for the financial burden, whether it is to the state or to the laboratories. A justification would represent things such as trends in the decrease in the number of labs participating, moving the cost of the labs from the ELAP assessment services to the external third-party services, and then any refinements or efficiencies due to enhanced software and technology all indicate that the number of staff should be less. The indicators or metrics should be trackable and instrumental in projecting the need for a fee increase in a manner that is more predictable and less arbitrary than what we're seeing at this time. We can all agree that the cost for most anything today is much higher than even 2 years ago. However, I saw businesses right-size their staff and find a middle ground on increases to the customer. I think it would be hasty to invoke a permanent 30% increase without reviewing the need and providing a reasonable justification. It is time to understand why we need to make changes and increase fees instead of continuing to accept that the labs will be okay because they can pass the increase to the customer. At some point, the financial impact and burden becomes cost prohibitive, and we can't just keep pushing it to the next level. I also want to thank the team here for delaying the volume increase project that you guys were looking at, because I feel like there's many other things that we need to know at this point before we try to go down a path of a different funding source. So, that's really the majority of the comments that I would like to provide today. There's just a number of concerns from the industry, and we would like to understand the platform of the financial crisis there that's warranting this emergency action at this time, and would request some transparency and some assistance in understanding things better.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. I appreciate that. I would like to follow up with you because I'd like to know what questions you've been asking and what data is not being provided. I know our folks take great care to provide all the information we possibly can and what is the rate setting here. I do want to make note, these emergency regulations have been emergency regulations the board has adopted for well over a decade now on all of our fees. The title says emergency because it's the authorities that we're using, but it's a yearly fee discussion. It's a yearly fee assessment as well. So there are trends, there is information that we can provide you here, and here ensure that we're providing the level of transparency that is warranted, but did want to make comment that should folks feel that because there are emergencies that we're doing it just kind of willy-nilly, and it's not the case. It's simply the way we're structured here for our yearly fee discussion. But thank you for that feedback, and I'm looking forward to what will be follow-up between you and also staff, so that I can thank you for your service on the LTAC as well. It is very well appreciated. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for your time.
I'd like to call up next then Allison McKenzie, who will be followed by Debbie Mackey.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair D'Adamo, and the board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed 30% increase in the environmental lab accreditation fees. My name is Allison McKenzie, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Babcock Laboratories, and also a former member of the Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee. Babcock Labs is a commercial environmental laboratory located in inland Southern California. We're an employee-owned company and have the distinction of being recognized by California as the only ESOP that is a qualified small women-owned business. Babcock's been accredited in California since the State Department of Health first offered approval for drinking water testing. I think the earliest accreditation I've seen is like something from 1920s. We proudly serve both large metropolitan areas as well as the smaller, more rural needs of inland California. We also proudly serve the state water board programs and the testing needs of the various regional water quality control boards. As a representative of the lab community that is served by ELAP, I am opposed to the arbitrariness of the 30% increase under consideration today. The budget that has been put forward lacks adequate justification and information, and I have been able to attend at least one of the meetings, the stakeholder meetings. the increase is far above the rate of inflation. ELAP has not provided adequate financial modeling to support the proposal, leaving the lab community to infer that the increase is based on some unproven assumptions and estimates. Stakeholders have not been provided full transparency of the current cost of the ELAP operations or detail of the services performed and the income generated. So I'm urging the board to request ELAP to provide full transparency with regards to the cost of ELAP operations and to also provide alternative solutions to a $4.6 million budget, which still is one of the largest in the country. Since it's the goal of the program to be cost neutral, the detail of income from fees and audits and expenses to perform those services, and then the expenses to perform those services must be first understood. To date, we've only been provided the barest bottom line financial information, leaving many to wonder how a program that will serve fewer labs and perform less than half of the on-site lab assessments that were originally estimated in the previous budget, to how that will continue to require an ever-increasing budget. I'd also propose to the board that continuing to increase the budget of the program and by extension, the cost of operations to the labs is not the solution to the problem. Rapid and regular increases only place further economic stress on laboratory operations, both public and private. The lab community is ready and willing to help ELAP. We're ready and willing to help them analyze the situation and look for a better solution. We also accept that fee increases are inevitable. We simply ask that they be transparent, justified, and reasonable. And thank you very much for your consideration of my comments today.
And thank you for those comments, Ms. McKenzie. I appreciate the engagement here and looking forward to follow up on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call up Debbie Mackey. You may need to pop it on. There's a button there on the top of the mic. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. It's great to see you in person. It's been on Zoom so often, so really nice to see you. I'm Debbie Mackey. I'm the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and we operate wastewater treatment plants, collection systems, our members do, and recycling services in the Central Valley. As you know, it's the hotspot for small areas, including some of the small labs. Can you go to the next slide? First, I want to, before I start the summary of concerns, I want to thank both the staff from the financial side and from the ELAP side. They have, I appreciate the workshops and efforts that they've made to just have an open discussion, have some of this early. So with that, I'd like to just kind of roll into some of these concerns. We're obviously concerned about the financial burdens that our small and municipal laboratories face, both because of the regulations, but also because of these increasing fees. There has been a lack of information regarding the impact, and we can say, is this from fees, is this from regulatory, is this from other things? Those lack. We'd like to see some more information. In addition, based upon this last stakeholder meeting that we had, the proposed fee increases assume a 50% increase in operational costs and a decrease of over 20% of the revenue compared to what was the actuals, and that was based upon our August board meeting, our August stakeholder meeting. And then finally, just go over why a revised fee structure again is needed, which I know you're planning. So if you can go to the next slide. Oh, sorry.
I'm looking at it thinking it's the same one. Sorry about that. You guys are good. And as you know, you've had the program since 2014. The regulations came into effect in 2021. Here's where the increase part showed, and they talked about this at the meeting. I think the other thing I'm going to bring up is that there was a restructuring of fees somewhere around 2017, and I think you'll see that in just a minute. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is, I think this is going to be easier for you to see on your screen, but I want to orientate you a little bit in this. I had data as we were looking at those fee changes in 2017. I had data on the community of labs that were ELAP certified, and we were doing things based upon fields of testing instead of fields of accreditation. There was a number of labs. So at that time, we also had a number of parts that were within the fees. So there was things like on-site assessments, you've talked about that. There were some application fees that were, or changes, if you needed a change, you could do that without cost. There's been changes since 2017. So orienting you to the graph, the first, in 2017, if you had that same lab, that shows the change in fees of just the base annual fees that they're going to do. The only one thing that's divided in half is the application fee. And the high was the largest lab at that time. We have some larger labs now. And then you have an average and median. And then I looked at like the 10%, the 90 percentile, the 25, you can see it in thirds. I think what I really want to pull your attention to, and I appreciate the board, addressing this, but it really shows how the largest labs actually are paying less than they did in 2017. And those smaller labs are paying more in almost all cases until you get to that smaller set, below median set. And so I do want to encourage you to continue to urge your staff to work with both LTAC and the stakeholder group for a fairer fee structure. So just wanted to show you that, and those increases have been severe, and for those small agencies, they've been more like 400%. So if we can go to the next slide. We also know that the lab population has dropped. There was an estimation, we can go to the next slide from here. There was an estimation that we were going to lose about 10 laboratories total. That has increased, though ELAP told us that they estimated they were going to lose about 10 labs again this year, on the high side, 7 to 10, 5 to 10, or 5 to 7 was more along the estimate. We can go to the next slide. So here, again, it was assumed that total we were going to be looking at 10, now we're looking at 200. There's the impact of this is not understood. And I think that that's something that I think the other speakers spoke to that from a large perspective, but from a small lab perspective, we need to know where we're going with this program. And and these labs need to know if it's going to be viable. If we can go to the next slide. This slide actually is kind of a roll. I guess I'm going to roll down from what Mr. Ceccarelli presented, as you saw some of those total expenditures and total revenues. But as you can see from this, even though there was a large amount in the revenue side of other revenue that was put down, but going from about 3.7 billion down to 3 million is a 20% decrease when we're only assuming we're going to lose less than 5 or 10. And then the actual state operations is almost a 50% increase. So you've got about a 70% swing there. And it's conservatism on top of conservatism. Civicla thinks that labs should be right-sized.
And ELAP should be right-sized. We're not looking for them to not have enough money, but this is really conservative. And so it makes us question, and why are we looking at this big increase this year? Next slide, please. So again, we're looking for greater transparency, revising the structure to provide a little bit more equity, especially for those smaller labs. We really look for continued cooperation between ELAP, LTAC, and the rest of the stakeholders. And want to just end by appreciating ELAP listening as they proposed some additional language to gather fees, as we had more discussion in the laboratory community and understanding the burden that it would put on the laboratories, saying stop, let's try to figure a better way and work with the stakeholders to do that. So I appreciate that. I think that's my last slide, right? Yep, there it is. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I appreciate you listening.
Appreciate you being here in person, continue to contribute, not just this discussion, but so much of the work that's before the board, Ms. Mackey. I appreciate the concerns. Again, I think on how we get the right formula so that it's balanced across the labs is important. Look forward to continue to track that discussion. And on the transparency side, I want to make sure that we are providing as a basis all the information we have so that you see what we see, and we can continue to make sure we have the trust of the laboratory community. As you noted, we're in the midst of implementing still yet something that was just adopted a couple of years ago. And so the fees are a component of that, but importantly, the justification for where the funds are going and the reasons for the various increases are important. I look to Mr. Ceccarelli just for a moment, if there's anything to further kind of explain when it comes to the increase we saw on the state board costs on the staffing side, just in case there's some information there that kind of, I know there'll be further follow-up, but just at least hear from the dais, some of the drivers that were really driving the staffing side increase.
Yes, thank you. I'm going back to slide 8 on Debbie's presentation. If you don't mind, I'll talk off of that slide there. And so, there we go. Thank you. This was a kind of full explanation through our stakeholder workshops, especially at our last stakeholder workshop. When you're looking at fiscal year 22-23, and I'm going to start it with the expenditures, $2.8 million. So keep in mind, our budget for 22-23 was around $4.5 million or around $4.6 million. But as I mentioned before, ELAP, the Division of Drinking Water, took steps to reduce staff expenditures. And as a result, the actual budgeted expenditures, the actual expenditures were a lot lower than the budget. So the $2.8 million is basically the actual expenditures. So when you're looking at going from 2.8 to 4.3, the 2.8 is an actual. But earlier in the year, when we show these numbers, we show the budgeted number, which again is more at around $4.5 million range. So as a result of staff taking measures to charge other staff to other programs, basically, other funding sources, it helped reduce cost. So the $2.8 million is the actual expenditure. So when you're looking at saying it went up 50%, then go up 50%, the budgets for the 2 years are basically the same. It's just because multiple staff weren't charging to ELIF, it basically reduced the expenditures. And then looking at the regulatory side, so as I kind of mentioned earlier, when you look at that $3.7 million, that includes, of course, all of our labs that we charge invoices for in that career and the revenue we collected. But as I mentioned before, what happened also in this year, we took a lot of steps to try to collect on delinquency revenue. And so we received past year revenue that gets posted into the fiscal year 22-23. And so that revenue is part of that $3.7 million. And so if it wasn't for that delinquency revenue, it's roughly maybe around $3.4 million. And again, that's one-time revenue that we don't expect to come in on the $3 million, come in 23-24, which is our estimate without any fee increases of $3 million. So again, it's the 3.7 includes what we bill based on the labs, and then of course that delinquency, one-time delinquency revenue. Shortly under that, also under other revenue, of course, is a fine and penalty, which was a one-time penalty that came in amount, and that's also deposited into this fund. So calculating out the 3 million, we're doing an estimate of a conservative amount of labs that may be dropping out based on the fees. And so we're calculating at about a $3 million, but that difference isn't 20%. And this was discussed at the stakeholder meetings. And again, the 22, 23, and stakeholders have asked this before because they see that number, and that's at actuals at this point. So when we go over the fund conditions, the books have closed, we have actual expenditures. At the beginning of the year, we don't really know what our expenditures are because, of course, reports are being generated. So we're using an actual budgeted number.
I appreciate that. And here it calls, the main difference obviously is the fact that we're looking at actuals and not the budgeted amount. Would be helpful is to have that budget amount next to it. I guess, I will say it begs the question, were those then not permanent cost savings, obviously, that were, implemented? And I guess the assumption is that, they were kind of a one-time cost savings for the program amongst it.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Looking to see if any other board members have questions amongst that. Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, I would love just to get and I don't know, maybe it's ELAP staff, but just to get a sense of what those types of cost-saving options were that we were able to find this year that may not be available in the future, or that we're not incorporating into this budget year.
Sure. So I'm Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water and over ELAP as well. I moved 3 staff from money we get to regulate drinking water systems over to ELAP. It was one-time funds that were available from a SRF set-aside that are no longer available. I knew that ELAP was the most stressed of our programs and definitely wanted to try to provide opportunity to support that one. So that was an easy call to make, but it isn't available for future use, unfortunately. That those funds from that set aside are no longer available.
And then I recall from the workshop we had on this earlier this year that in addition to wanting to look at a restructuring of the fees, which we still have more time, we need more time to work through, given the consolidation of the industry and just this, we're continuing, as you said, Chair, to transition into this really better performing and new program structure and performance. So we're still in that process, but I guess I think one of the things that was discussed is just that we do want to look for ways that maybe some of because this has been such a priority and so much work to get up to this point, at some point looking at, okay, is there a way of now understanding the actual costs with this more mature program that could reduce the need for certain costs or staffing that we had originally designed. And I don't think, my sense is from the last discussion is we're not there yet. We're still in the process of doing all the, going through this transition, but and evaluating that. But I just want to get a sense from you on how you're looking at that, because I hear that as the other big question.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we can all agree that the fee structure needs to be changed. It's not working for the lab community. It doesn't work for us in supporting them. So I think we're certainly agreeing to that aspect of it. I do want to kind of recall for folks that when we were contemplating the new regulations in the T&I and allowing third-party assessors, that at that time, the alternative was to increase ELAP staff by about 25 PYs in order to meet the workload that was there. So that was a huge cost-saving step for our staff. Of course, it's still a cost for labs because they have to hire third-party assessors, but it did allow us to keep the program small, and through our adjustments, we have been able to catch up on our assessments. And, I feel like we're right-sized now, but I'm also committed to being a public servant and proving that. We can look at the data and make sure we present that in a way that people can understand where that's at. and try to compare ourselves to other programs. And the other part that I think we're really proud of is the fact that we have an enforcement program, and a lot of accreditation programs throughout the other states don't have as vigorous one. And that has been proving itself, I think, by the work that they've done. It's kind of self-demonstrated the importance of that. So it's a good conversation to continue having. We're definitely open to working with the LTAC and the community and trying to find it. And there's another limitation we should all contemplate as well, which is that, right now under statute, ELAP has to be funded by fees from the labs only. And they are a support group for all of the dischargers and all of the water systems throughout the state of California. And we have to have an ELAP to maintain primacy under the Safe Drinking Water Act. So they're an essential component. The lab community is an essential component to maintaining that, and there certainly could be an argument made that some funding from those that are benefiting, the dischargers and the water system, water community as well, should somehow mix into the funding formula. Lots of discussion to have on how all of that could work out. Those are a bunch of possibilities going forward, and I kind of look forward to going through them all. I think we all agree that they all need to be kind of analyzed and looked forward there. I think there's also opportunity as well to bring in some of the other board's priorities. Certainly, we appreciate having labs at small municipal wastewater systems. There's some benefit, and so that could be structured into the fees. And I think there's also opportunity to really look at where labs are representing in disadvantaged communities and areas of the state, and that could be factored in. And we don't have any of those factored into our fees for ELAP right now like we do some of our other programs. So the sky's the limit on understanding where we can go.
Thank you for that, Mr. Volhamis, and thank you, board member. I believe we have one more commenter, actually. I just took note, Mr. Jared Voskuhl.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents almost 140 member agencies now that provide wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. This is a perennial issue for the board. I'm really used to this cycle now, and in a lot of the dialogues, right where Darren left off in terms of how are the programs funded is kind of where we've left it, and really more need for fiscal appropriation from the state. Otherwise, it goes to the fee payers. But to that end, I wanted to thank staff. I feel like they've been especially responsive this year to explaining where these fees have come from. When you have $3 million in revenue and a $4.5 million budget, that shortfall tends to be derived from the labs dropping out, which we've discussed before, and that's not done. And so I recognize there's still a process. We need to kind of wait to see where the dust settles. But as we went through the process this year, we were very appreciative of of ELAP reaching out to stakeholders, reaching out to LTAC to get their perspective on how to develop the fee. And I think where obviously, it's not the best situation of a fee increase, but in terms of some of the items that were proposed in terms of requirements for tracking or restructuring the entire fee this year, we were very appreciative of ELAP listening to the comments from all stakeholders, including our members, to delay that just a little bit longer so we could get a grip on it. But also, I think that really is a positive development and bodes well for our work going forward, because this is going to be a big challenge in determining how to do it. The cost savings measures that David mentioned, I definitely want to recognize those, because these fee increases would have been much sharper if we hadn't had those in place, even if it's a one-off. And I also appreciated seeing on the charts not just the percentages. It's easy to hold up a large percentage and say the sky's falling, but when you see the dollar amount paired with that, you realize some of this is manageable. But really, it's the small labs that I think we're most concerned about with these fee increases. And I already have felt like we've received indication from ELAP that they're sensitive to those small labs not having really sharp increases driving them further cost. But in some ways, the fee's a red herring for those small labs, because the real issue is the staff they need to hire to maintain compliance. And so there's some extra costs that aren't really caught, but that's one of these things we're mindful of, ultimately with an eye towards capacity. And I think it's also important in this conversation just to recognize what ELAP staff shared in May when they did their annual update, which was capacity hasn't been impacted. And so even if we're seeing labs go down, if we don't have that capacity dynamic, then maybe this is the part where the field's evolving. And so we're watching it. But again, I just am appreciative to ELAB staff for hearing the comments we made in August. Our analyst, Spencer Sachs, delivered those in writing. And just to conclude, we look forward to working in the year ahead on what this looks like. And again, for those small municipal laboratories, I think those are the ones we're most interested in trying to protect and how this develops. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate everyone's contributions to this discussion. The years, I think of when I first joined 6 years ago, and we were in the middle of really contemplating what to do with ELAB, but just the engagement and here the listening and concerns are just appreciated, and look forward to what will be a robust discussion around how we structure all this. And the reality is we have private labs and public labs. I think how we treat everyone, what's fair, I think is certainly what we're looking to get to here. And here in this moment, as we consider these fees, we're kind of at the back end of all the front end work that will continue to go on to make these decisions yearly as they are around fees and what the right balance are, as easy as we can make them. But I just appreciate everyone's patience and engagement around this, and the work of folks to continue to provide the information. Looking to fellow board colleagues, that was the end of our commenters. Are there any further questions, comment, thoughts here on the fees?
So I just wanted to take a moment, one, to thank staff for the update on fiscal, knowing that is, a key component in many of our programs, especially when it comes to taking a look at fees and being able to give stakeholders, the data that they're looking for and provide them with an update of the actuals of where we are and we're doing that projection forward. And so looking, I agree, 30% is a large increase, but understanding, that's where we are today. And I appreciate the commitment that I heard from Mr. Prohimus, to continue to work with stakeholders to take a look at the fee structure and just to see what are the different options that are out there, and what can we do. And really, just taking a look back of, especially just with our annual update on ELAP, and Ms. Sotelo, who I believe is joining us, virtually. Just wanted to express my appreciation for just continuing to take a look at the program. Mr. Prohimus mentioned the dedicated enforcement staff. I believe that is a key component and something that we really need. And making sure that we have key staff and key positions to really make sure that we have a strong program, that we're implementing it and that we're enforcing it so that we do get the data that we all want to have and we continue to move forward. And that as we keep looking, that we look and make sure that we do have those small labs in key locations throughout the state. And I know that from our update, you guys are tracking that to make sure that there isn't a part of the state that is not covered, and make sure that we can make sure that we are having those whole times and that we're meeting them and that we are supporting the small agencies and making sure that we are, especially those small remote agencies, and that we have labs in those areas that are able to support them. And one key component of that is the fees and making sure that we have a structure that is able to continue to support it. So I just wanted to say thank you, and continue to look forward to future updates on the program and on the alternatives for the fee structure in the future. There's no other comments.
Just a brief comment. So, yeah, thank you for the discussion today. I really appreciate it. And the stakeholder comments on this. It's tough every time you come in and with a double-digit percentage fee increase. It's not an easy pill to swallow for anyone. Just the optics of it are difficult. And then when I think about it, and this discussion today has really helped solidify this in my mind, it's really the full cost of compliance on so many of these issues. It's the fee, but it's the fee plus the third-party assessment costs. It's the fee plus that, plus the T&I compliance costs if that small lab has to hire additional staffing or make other investments and what have you. So it really is an additive exercise. And so understanding how that has evolved over the last few years and what those cost pressures are on the small labs, and the ones that want to remain in business and remain solvent, frankly, and figuring out, are there ways that we can help support that for the geographical distribution of labs, but also just for small municipal labs and others that just want to remain providing that resource to the regulated community. I think it's important. So thank you for the commitment to continue this discussion, to look at a fee structure. Let's get something done here for next year, if at all possible. I realize there's some data challenges and limitations there, but maybe there's other tweaks or different ways to approach it that won't require that same level of information. So again, thank you. I'm comfortable with the recommendation for today, but with that commitment and expectation that next year we'll be looking at this from a little bit of a different lens.
Thank you, board members. Anything further? I think we're ready to entertain our motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt item 8.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the fees are adopted. Again, appreciate everyone's work and looking forward to further discussion on the ELAP. That now brings us to our next fees discussion on the water quality program, and look again to Mr. Ceccarelli.
Good afternoon. Before we get to this item, I wanted to mention that there was a change sheet. Number one was distributed on September 14th to correct the regulation text that was posted on September 8th by deleting the duplicate section 2200 subdivision C for confined animal facilities and replacing it with the proposed revisions for section 2200.7 for cannabis cultivation, which was inadvertently omitted. The change sheet also deleted the last sentence in the cannabis cultivation section of the agenda item, which originally stated that all applicable surcharges will remain unchanged for fiscal year 23-24. And again, that was distributed on September 14th. So we are here to present an item for the consideration of proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations, revising the core water quality regulatory fee schedules. Next slide, please. And joining me today is Cassandra White, branch manager, and also Phil Wiles from the Office of Chief Counsel. Next slide, please. So the presentation, we're going to talk about the stakeholder outreach. We'll talk about the waste discharge permit fund cost drivers, the waste discharge permit program budget detail, percentage fee changes by program, a look at the 5-year fee adjustments by program, proposed fee changes that staff's proposing, feedback received, and then, of course, questions at the end. Next slide, please. Again, all meetings held via Zoom and webcast. We had 3 general stakeholder meetings. One was on March 9th, one was on June 12th, and one was on August 3rd. At each of these meetings, we talked about, of course, in each of these meetings are aligned with the iterations of the governor's budget. There was discussions on budget cost drivers, including BCPs, proposed fee adjustments to meet our budgetary expenditures, overview of the fund condition, and any fee methodology changes that staff's proposing. Again, there was open dialogue with the stakeholders, and we encouraged feedback on staff proposals. In addition, in addition, on June 7th, we had a primary fee stakeholder meeting with MPDS Stormwater Industrial Journal Permit stakeholders. As we get into a little more detail here, we have a proposal for our industrial journal permit fee. Next slide, please. So this is the waste discharge permit fund budget cost drivers, and I'll pass it to Cassandra again here.
Okay, thank you. So the total budget for fiscal year 23-24 was $187 million. And the WDPF budget allocation increased 8.8%. The majority of the increase, 5.7%, is due to state operations and pro rata which are both non-discretionary expenses. And I also want to talk about the water supply strategy BCP. It's split between the WDR and the NPDES wastewater programs, but the BCP also contains a recycle water element. Staff will work with program and stakeholders to draft a new fee structure and plan to take the proposal to the board next fiscal year, 24-25. And also just wanted to mention that the Division of Administrative Services, BCP, is allocated to all of the WDPF programs.
So again, one thing just to kind of highlight that Cassandra touched base on, looking at our state operations and our pro rata cost, these are the costs that are allocated through the Department of Finance. And these are the costs that are, for the most part, out of the water board's controls. So on average, and normally when I tell stakeholders that our average rate of our costs go up between 5 and 6%. And as Cassandra mentioned, it's averaging about 5.7% here based on, again, the state operations and the pro rata cost. So next slide, please. So this is a two-part spreadsheet here. Basically what this is representing is the fee setting budget, and it was shown on the last slide that the total fee setting budget for fiscal year 23-24 is $187.7 million. That's column B, which is the second column to the right. Of course, column A are our WDPF fee-funded programs. So these are the programs that pay the water board fees. Under C, basically, here's the revenue forecast. So if under our current fee structure and the current universe of fee payers, we'd be generating about $178.4 million, which is a deficit about $9.3 million. So that's the difference between those two. And then this kind of shows the category of each of the programs and where they fall within the budget and then the current revenue forecast. So next slide, please. So again, kind of a carryover. What column C is fiscal year 23-24 revenue forecast. This shows, again, our projected revenue of $178 million. Here's kind of the increase decrease, which is needing $9.3 million in revenue to cover our adjusted budget. So our budget is $187.7 million. What F represents is it's an adjustment for our 5% fund reserve. So we try to maintain a 5% reserve. What we're showing the stakeholders is we're roughly around 5.1%. So we're showing basically 1/10%. So as an example, you can see the WDR instead of needing 47,180,000, we're using a little bit of reserve, and really what's needed is $47,154,000. So we were, last year we talked about maintaining a 5% reserve. Again, kind of a practice that we do. So we're, kind of maintaining that 5% reserve. And so what G is basically, so this is what our adjusted revenue for the total program to meet our budgetary costs is $9.2 million, which then H is showing the percentage difference. And so let's go to the next slide here. So here's a high level of what those percentage differences are. When you're looking at the land disposal and the NPDES stormwater program, those programs are generating sufficient revenue to cover their current expenditures, including like their share of the fund reserve. Noted that the NPDES stormwater program, the construction, we're still receiving higher than expected applications for construction revenue, which is in the line of what happens with the land disposal and the tipping fees. They kind of go hand in hand with each other. But we continue to monitor those programs. And so we're not proposing any fees increases based on the budget itself, although we'll touch base a little bit on NPDES stormwater here in a moment. And then programs like the waste discharge requirement and the NPDES program, they are taking, of course, a share of the water supply BCP. If it wasn't for that BCP, their increases would be around the 5 to 6% range. So kind of looking at it, everything's basically kind of in line with that 5 to 6% increase. Next slide, please. So wanted to just kind of highlight with, again, kind of going back with, as I mentioned in ELAP, when we talk percentages, what does that really come out to in dollar amounts? And so I tried to provide a minimum, medium, and maximum type permits and permit fees for each of these programs. So just kind of highlighting a few, like on the WDR, a small threat to water quality and complexity rating, which is a 3C and 8.5%. Their fee goes up $293. The largest WDR, the maximum fee, by an 8.5% increase is about $15,000, $15,334. So kind of going through each of these, a small wastewater system, of course, would go up $300. And then, of course, our largest wastewater facilities, of course, that currently pay $834,000, 9.2% would see an increase of about $76,000 or $64,000 there. But let's highlight the next slide here. So looking at some of our programs here, like the confined animal feeding program and the ag and of course, cannabis. Looking at our dairy program and a confined animal mature dairy between 50 and 149. So this is be a small facility, so a confined animal facility, a small facility. Their fee would go up 6.2% is a $44 increase. And then a large facility that has over 3,000 mature dairy cattle, their fee would go up about $1,100. Keep in mind, and I can talk about this a little bit in a little more detail, some of these labs qualify for what's known as the quality assurance program, which the dairy program is one of our programs in the water quality program fee structure that does have an option for a discount, and that's a 50% discount. So those dairies that qualified and are enrolled into the QAP, they would see a 50% discount. So under the current structure, a small lab that's in a QAP program, their fee is not $704. Their fee is more like $352 basically. So just kind of keep that in mind, and I can have a little further discussion on that in a moment. And of course, ag growers with 50 acres, our share would go up $3 based on a 5.8% increase. And then the cannabis program, a minimum fee would go up by a 5%, would be a $35 increase. And then a maximum fee for a cannabis program would go up $425. Next slide. So kind of wanted to highlight also this slide here. This kind of touches on what our fees have been last 5 years. So if you look at, here's the 5-year average. And what I'll say that the staff's proposals today, each of these increases are less than the 5-year averages, except for cannabis. But when you look at cannabis in the first 3 years of this 5-year analysis, we did not raise fees. So if you took the average over the last 2 years, you're looking at, that's about a 5.4% increase. And of course, we're proposing 5%. So today's proposals are, again, each of them are less than the increases actually in the 5-year averages there. Next slide, please. So at this point in time, I want to talk about a staff's fee methodology change for the NPDES Stormwater Industrial Permit Program. So the Stormwater Industrial Permit Industrial Tiered Fee Schedule. So in 2015, a group of stakeholders approached staff to determine if the NPDES Stormwater Industrial Fee could be changed from a flat fee to something more equitable. After discussions with staff and stakeholders, it was determined that the fee change would not be, the fee changes that the stakeholders were proposing were too complex at the time. And they addressed the wide variety of industrial types, and the relevant data was not currently being collected. So we weren't collecting a lot of the data to be able to make fee changes. And keep in mind the way the current fee structure is, it's a flat fee. So whether your industrial site is half acre compared to 20 acres, everyone's paying this same flat fee. So as part of the 2015 NPDES Industrial General Permit Notice of Intent Reissuance, a new data field was created, the total area of industrial activity exposed to stormwater. This new field reflects the regulated area of the business and can potentially be used to develop a tier fee based on the assumption that larger the regulated area, the more staff time involved when performing an inspection. And that was something that we reached out to State Board and some of the regions, and staff did confirm that that is definitely true on some of the larger sites that they go out and they inspect. So when Senate Bill 205 became effective in January of 2020, it required businesses to show proof of enrollment in an NPDES stormwater permit. If a permit is required, prior to the business license being renewed or issued by the city or county, which resulted in an increase in industrial permittees, and therefore there was a lot of new interest in the fees. And again, a lot of them were from smaller fee payers asking, why am I paying the same amount of fee as a larger fee payer? And so at that time, staff decided to revisit the development of a tiered structure based on the total exposed acres and determine that this is the most equitable and simplest to administer. So on June 7th, let's see, next slide, please. So on June 7th, staff met with key program stakeholders and presented two options that divided discharges into 3 tiers based on total acres of industrial activity exposed to stormwater. So there are 2 options up there. Option 1 basically is dischargers in the lowest tier would see their fee decrease 5%, with the middle tier decreasing 4%, and the highest tier increasing 5% compared to current flat fee of $1,738. And we have this broken down into acres right now between greater than 0, less than 1, 1 acre to less than 5 acres, and then greater than 5 acres. Option 2 basically has the same principles. It uses the same tier, but utilizes a 10% difference for the lowest and highest tiers, and the middle decreasing 8%. So the general discussion at the meeting was supportive of the fee change, and specifically option 1. Some stakeholders expressed concerns about the accuracy of the fee payers' data and the impact to the fees. So basically the information is being submitted and it was in the SMART system. And so Division of Water Quality program staff confirmed that they will work with permittees to have the data updated prior to invoicing. Of course, this will ensure that fee payers are paying on the right amount. Staff only received 1 formal comment, which was the support of keeping the fee structure unchanged. Staff also presented these options at the June 12th General Water Quality Fee Stakeholder Meeting and did not receive any feedback. After taking into consideration the discussion at the program stakeholder meeting and the formal comment received, staff is proposing option 1. While no fee increase is required for the NPS stormwater program, the change in methodology for the industrial program will result in a fee change to all dischargers, basically resulting in 53% of the current permit holders in these categories seeing their fee reduced, and then 47% of the permit holders seeing their fee increase by 5%. Staff is committed that we'll reevaluate this fee structure next year to determine if the tiers and the fees need to be adjusted. And it may take more than just 1 year. But one of our kind of key principles here is we wanted to, at this point, get the permit holders into a tier structure, and then kind of look and evaluate it as we move on from there. 2 other, of course, key principles I wanted to address here, and then as we went through this process of working with the stakeholders, is we wanted to make it simple. We want to make sure everyone understands where they would land on their fee, and that they would be able to look at the fee structure and make a determination of their fee amount. The other thing is that it was a net zero amount difference. So under the current flat fee, we're generating about $15.1 million in revenue. And so we wanted to ensure, and that's why we had to align these fee, the categories kind of in a 3-tier structure, that we wanted to ensure that we're collecting the same amount of $15.1 million. So we're not trying to, based on this new fee methodology, we're not trying to generate any additional revenue. At the same time, we're not trying to reduce our fee revenue levels also. Next slide, please. And again, we had, as mentioned in my presentation just a minute ago here, we had on the June 7th MPDS Stormwater Industrial Stakeholder Meeting, and then at the June 12th, our core water quality fee stakeholder meeting, we definitely had a discussion on this. Again, as I mentioned, one of the comments that we received that, again, some of the stakeholders were worried that the accuracy of the data and that, again, staff is committed to working with the fee payers, looking at the system, ensuring that everyone is in the correct tier, has the correct amount of acres in the system to ensure that they're properly being billed. Next slide, please. And so just a few kind of additional proposed fee changes. We have the WDR pretreatment surcharge. So this is add language to the fee schedule regarding the existing surcharge of $10,000 for public wastewater treatment facilities with approved pretreatment programs by clarifying the surcharge shall only apply once per approved pretreatment program. There's the change of information for the MPDS stormwater construction. This adds clarifying language to the MPDS stormwater construction fee schedule, specifying the per acre fee shall be submitted with the change of information, the COI, for any increase in acres. Invoice scheduling language. This is adding contingency language, which would give authority to generate invoices early in the fiscal year, if needed, to address cash flow issues. And then finally, there's the federal surcharge update and the federal fee rate reduction. The rate reduction for federal entities, which are not subject to the ambient monitoring surcharges, will be reduced from 9.4% to 8.2%. Next slide, please. So the only comment that we received was from JP Cataviola from Dairy Cares. Maybe a couple of things I could comment on is regarding JP's letter. One, within his letter, he talks about discuss that he understood, that under us evaluating our fee structures, that we consider the way that the milking prices are determined, it's definitely, I'll admit, it's definitely a complex system. It's regulated by the feds. They basically set this pricing, and there's like 5 different categories, of course. Everything from regular milk to the price of milk for cheese or for yogurt, just different classes and things like that. So when looking at it, we definitely consider it. On the other hand, what we're also looking at and considering when we're looking at our fees are the costs that are on our program, basically, and ensuring that we're generating enough revenue to cover our cost. We did a kind of a full evaluation of the dairy program about 6 years ago, and part of it had to do with this quality assurance program to ensure that, well, is this program working? There was a 50% discount, and does that discount need to be reduced? Does it need to potentially be higher? And so my staff and I, we work closely with the Office of Informational Management Analysis team here to look at that program. And several things were kind of determined with the QAP. One, there were less violations of farms that had a QAP compared to kind of same similar size farms. So there were less violations. The farms or the dairies that did have a QAP in place had better compliance. And third, based on looking at inspection reports, and this data was generated from Region 5, which basically has 80% of the dairies in the state. Of the inspection reports that Region 5 was evaluating that there were less of them, and it basically just meant that there was less staff time being spent on these sites. So with the less staff time, of course, it was basically kind of what's driving that discount and fee. So it is one of the programs in the water quality program where we can incentivize the program and to provide some type of discount. So we are taking those steps. We're always open to looking at the program in more detail. We are looking at, talking with specifically Region 5, but also North Coast and throughout the state, the dairy programs. There have been some consolidation in some of the smaller farms and some of the larger farms, bringing the cattle on board into their larger dairies. So we're evaluating that. And then we're also kind of looking at the issues of the floods in the state, how that is affecting the dairy industry and the ability to pay fees. So those are two things that are kind of rising issues that we're definitely looking at right now. So definitely, we're definitely supportive of always having communications with JP and having these discussions of looking at the dairy industry and seeing, are there ways, adjustments, improving, our fees. But at this, when you look at it and we're, kind of proposing a 6.2% increase, as I mentioned before, just the general costs are around 5.8%. So we're, trying to cover those costs. It's hard to get away from covering those costs. And we recognize, we recognize that the producers don't have the ability to set their price to cover their costs. These are set by the feds, similar to the feds setting labor cost. And so it's out of their hands, similar to like it's out of the board's hands of these costs that I'm mentioning. So we're definitely open to having these discussions. Throughout if there's more information throughout the stakeholder process, or if we need to have individual meetings with the dairy community, we're open to having that.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to that,
Yes.
Mr. Ciccarelli? Thanks for that discussion on the dairies and the incentive program. I think that's really interesting. Some of the information you received from the regional board in terms of how those dairies have been performing. And just as I'm thinking about the fees and the costs and trying to balance those things, so on that aspect, I saw that information about that program and the 50% discount, and I was just wondering, do you have a good sense for the participation rate?
Yes.
How many dairies are, in fact, taking advantage of that discount? What's that look like? Is it the large dairies, the small dairies? Is it all across the spectrum? I have no idea what that looks like right now. So just fill in that gap for me. Thank you.
No problem. So there are 1,605 dairies that are regulated under our permit program that pay fees. Of those, 703 are enrolled in a quality assurance program. So that's 44% of the dairies in the program are participating in it. If I could kind of speak frankly here, through this process, asking, of course, the people that run the QAP program, well, why wouldn't everyone want to participate in a program like this, right? Well, a lot of what we heard, especially like a longtime dairy program, the dairy farmers generational dairymen, they've said, well, I don't want another entity, someone else telling me how to regulate my property, basically, or tell me what I'm doing wrong, or what I need to implement or something like that. And so those are some of the things we heard. And a lot of times these are larger farms. And also some of the larger farms, they have staff on board that help deal with a lot of this, cost of compliance and, are able to address the violations and things like that. But yeah, it was interesting why not everyone would have joined the program. Now, I think the sense is that we would like everyone to enroll in the program. And if that did happen, that would be the opportunity to really evaluate our cost of the program, right? If we had full participation, could we then get to a point where, okay, let's evaluate our staffing levels, and because again, what Region 5 said, that with less violations, better compliance, there's less inspections, there's less staff costs, so they're not having to spend the resources on the farms that do have the QAP in place.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you, board member, and thank you, Mr. Ciccarelli. I don't have any further comment. We have a few commenters looking to see if there's board member question or comment prior, and seeing none. Let's go ahead and go to our first commenter, who will be Bob Gore.
Is hot? Yes, it is. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Bob Gore from the Gualco Group representing Long Beach, Fresno, Antioch, Zone 7 of Alameda County, Modesto Irrigation, Kern County Water, Kings River, South Coast Water District, San Bernardino Valley Metropolitan Water District, and the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. As an aside, I'll have to tell you that there's no pressure like being critiqued by your trial lawyer youngest daughter who's watching, unfortunately. So we'll see how the old man does. And this is consolidated testimony to save time. For MID and ELAP, we associate ourselves with Debbie's remarks. So she was right on point. And we appreciate your consideration in this unusually complex matter. MUN, AGR, IND, these are water quality acronyms obscure to everybody except for the folks in this room. But they don't represent three-letter word initial sets. What they represent is local government and ratepayers, farmers, and most of the nation's food, businesses, jobs, innovation, and our future. Together, we believe regulators and fee payers can attain and maintain water quality, water supply, water rights, and drinking water by collaborating for sustainable funding. Sustainable funding is general fund supporting public benefit programs and fee payers supporting permit-related expenses. Fee payers have devolved since 2008 into the default funding source for the most new endeavors. Two examples very quickly, and again, this is meant to save time. On water quality, the Water Supply Strategy Implementation BCP notes that the WDPF is paying $6.6 million for 26 PYs to, quote, allow the water boards to address critical statewide water supply needs through planning and permitting statewide. For water rights, ratepayers with acknowledged general fund assistance for the program, the data modernization effort that's creating CalWater. Sorry about the head bobbing who's ever on the sound. You're doing a great job. Developing CalWater, ratepayers are paying $2.5 million annually for operating and maintenance to support this management analytic system that's been noted all the way from what used to be the horseshoe on down. Here's language from the BCP. To protect the state's water quality and manage the state's water rights system, to prepare California for changes in hydrology that are expected with climate change, to improve and protect groundwater quality, restore and enhance natural water systems, increase sustainable local water supplies, ensure adequate flow for fish and wildlife, improve transparency and accountability. That's a lot more and appropriate to general fund, we think. Metrics would be, and parenthetically, metrics would be ideal to develop with both these BCPs and some others. That's a goal. We hope to contribute to that. By that I mean ratepayers. Also, full transparency remains somewhat elusive. We have, for example, this year for water quality, again requested the PYs, types of PYs, didn't get them. We got them 3 years ago. There's a number of requests we make, and I'll be glad to send them, that we're not getting. It's not to say the process hasn't been collaborative and cordial. It has. It's just that sometimes there's not as much information as we'd like to have. So after approving the urgency resolutions today, we respectfully request the board and staff engage collaboratively with ratepayers in educating lawmakers and their staff members on the cost of legislation. Yes, we need to parse this collaboration between education, which state agencies can do, and advocacy, which they cannot. That's our job. State water board members and staff can and should provide cost data and program process information to elected officials and to ratepayers, and we'll be glad to take the next steps. Lawmakers, as we know from the number of pending 2-year bills, will in January resume adding to what certain cabinet secretaries have been known to call, this is a direct quote, the regulatory burden. We look forward to next year's workshops and specifically to working together to restructure ILRP funding, which is based on a non-sustainable revenue source, that is a per acre fee on declining acreage. John, Dave, Cassandra, the diligent and helpful staff members from administration, also water quality and water rights and drinking water have been cooperative and patient throughout this fee-making process. They're a delight to work for and exemplary state employees. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for those contributions. And I'm glad all your clients have the same position, because otherwise you'd spend a lot more time at the dais. So thank you. I appreciate the contributions, Mr. Gore, and to conversations I know we've had through the years here to provide the basis of information so folks understand what are the impacts, what are we doing with our work, and especially with the legislature so that they can understand this conversation amongst us. So thank you for that. Much thanks. I'll go now to our next commenter and would like to call up Carrie Fisher. And she may not be actually on the platform. And so we'll go to then our next commenter, JP Cataviella.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we get on screen here. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to summarize our written comment letter submitted earlier. My name is JP Cataviella. I work with the Dairy Cares Coalition, which is a coalition of California dairy organizations and companies focused on improving the sustainability of our dairies. I appreciate the discussion today, and if I can add something to it. To start with, before I enter into my comments, I'd just like to maybe correct something that Mr. Ceccarelli said about the rate of certification on California dairies. He cited that 703 of 1,605 dairies are enrolled in CDQAP, and in fact, the number we have is 789 of 1,153 dairies are enrolled in CDQAP as of 2022. That equates to 68% of the dairies in the state are been through the environmental certification program. I'd add that 95% of those dairies have been through special educational courses on environmental compliance. Even though they didn't proceed to certification, they did take a 6-hour class in what the regulations require and how to comply with them, and are provided with special materials and binders that they can take back to their farms to refer to, and kind of translates the regulations into plain English for them. In addition, the 1,153 total dairies of last year, we don't have an official number as of today, but many dairies have gone out partly because of flooding in 2023, and we're down to about 1,100. So I just want to kind of give you a more realistic impression of what the certification rate is and the number of dairies that we actually have. With that, I'm here today, as you already know, to register our concern about the overall pace of increases in fees and compliance costs. That seems to be a theme that many of us are repeating today. We submitted a detailed comment letter, as I mentioned. This year's, I'll just summarize it. This year's proposed 6.2 increase may not look like much in a vacuum, but it is additive to previous fee increases and other compliance costs. As Board Member McGuire mentioned, we appreciate the understanding of that there's many things that go into cost of compliance. This year's increase follows a 4.1% increase in 2022, a 15.4% increase in 2021, a 6.2% increase in 2020, and a 9.5% increase in 2019. All in all, 155% fee increase since 2012. And we listen carefully each year to the staff's explanations for the increases. And but it's getting increasingly difficult for our folks in the dairy industry to find those explanations comforting. The explanations don't make the increases easier to pay. As detailed in our comments, the price of milk is essentially the same as it was in 2012. Dairy producers are price takers, not price makers, as they produce this commodity into a global market. So the result is inevitable. If the cost of production continues to outpace other areas, dairies are going to have to close or leave the state. And in fact, in the numbers that I shared with you earlier, that's exactly what's happening. Now, this is not the only driver of compliance costs. For example, dairies are now contributing to nitrate management zones as part of the nitrate control program, which, we support that regulation and we support that program. But it adds a significant amount of cost to what the dairies pay for compliance. And for example, in the Chowchilla management zone, dairies this year paid a little more than 40% additional funds to what their water quality fee was to get compliance with the nitrate control program. And that's and I'm sure you've heard more than enough about it, but increases in energy prices, fertilizer, feed, and labor costs have all gone up for our farmers and dairies, and all of that is added. Just to get to the as noted in our comment letter, we pointed to Water Code Section 13260 requiring that the pricing mechanism of the commodity being produced be considered when setting fees. And we've listened carefully to the staff's explanation of that it is in fact considered. We just can't understand how it's considered. It's hard for us to share the conclusion, and we appreciate the difficulties that staff are under in this, but it really appears that only two factors are considered when setting a fee. The first is, how much does the regulatory program cost, or how much is it going to be forecasted to cost in the coming year? And the second factor is, how much are we charging the discharger now? And if there's a difference between those two numbers, then you subtract how much they're paying now from how much you want to collect from them and increase the fee by exactly that amount. That's how it's worked every year for a number of years. So I don't see the pricing mechanism being considered as the water code seems to call for. So I recognize that we may have differences of opinion on how Water Code 13260 should be applied, but I think it is essential that we begin a broader discussion on how we can rein in the cost increases for regulation. Our producers and other farmers are constantly asked to do more with less, and they've been doing it. We believe it is fair to ask the same of the regulatory community. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cataviella. I appreciate the engagement. I know this isn't the first year we've had this discussion. Hope that we continue to advance the discussion and not kind of have the same one each year. But I know that, again, whether it's cost of compliance or even the budget change proposals that the legislature and the governor agree to and that the board then hears to execute, a lot of this is at the tail end of some upstream discussions I know folks are here looking to have, and glad to continue to try to have that, how to create a more perfect circle here when it comes to the equitable share. But the fact that we were made a fee-based organization and we're in this space is ones that we're all, I think, collectively doing our best to try to manage. So I appreciate that engagement, and what I hope is that we continue to come to an understanding of the activities I know do go on, not unlike we heard with ELAP, where cost savings are found. But I think here we need to be obviously better about being transparent around some of that data. And I have some comments around that generally that I'll make later here. So just thank you. I appreciate your comments this morning, or this afternoon, as it may be. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Roger Isom, will be followed by Jared Voskuhl, and then I believe Karen Cowan.
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. Unfortunately, this is going to be a little repetitive. This isn't the first time we've been here, and we've been raising this issue since 2016. For the record, my name is Roger Isom. I'm the president and CEO of the California Cotton Ginners and Growers Association and the Western Agricultural Processors Association. And we are here to express our concerns with the water quality fees, but in particular, the WDR fees. Our Western Agricultural Processors Association represents about 180 tree nut hullers and processors of almonds, walnuts, pecans, and pistachios. And in some of those operations, we use water to wash and separate out rocks and sticks and leaves from the nuts. And we take that water and put it right back on the farm that we grow. These operations typically operate 7 or 8 weeks a year, but they discharge, and so they have to pay a water quality fee. Our concern, and I think it was a little bit disguised in the chart that was up there, is this continual increase in fees. And I would urge everybody to not to look at just looking at year-to-year comparisons, but look at the cumulative increase. I used an example of a medium facility, one of my pistachio operations, which is when you look at threatened complexity, a 2A. They've gone from 27,000 to 42,000 in 5 years, a 65% increase. And they're looking at yet another 8.5% increase on top of that. What's important on that is there's nothing we can do to change that. We're simply subject to that. We can't reduce our water flow. There's nothing we can do. We're stuck to it. We understand that regulating water quality is expensive. We understand it takes scientists and technicians to review that. We also understand it's necessary. It's very much like any other environmental concern that we have. But one of my facilities now has 2 pistachio hullers, $42,000 each, going to $44,544 each. In other words, $89,000 for 2 reports a year. That's just the fee. That's not the cost of compliance, which is obviously greater than that. And based on your previous agenda item, now our lab costs are going to go up even more. So, but that's not, the sole issue for us. It's very much, I think, like JP said, you look at this individual fee by itself, it is expensive, but it's not the sole thing. Every single cost that we have has gone up. And we are the end of the line. We have nobody to pass it on to. We simply just keep absorbing and absorbing and absorbing, and we can't do it. What stands out for us when I talk about that facility paying $89,000 is you are no longer comparable to any other regulatory agency that we deal with when it comes to environmental issues. In fact, when you compare it to like the Air District on air pollution fees that we pay, the county hazard materials business plan fees that we pay, some of these facilities are more than 10, the WDR cost is more than 10 times all the other fees combined. It's, to use a word that was used earlier, it's not sustainable. We simply can't do it. Again, we understand there's a need for this, but we can't just simply come here every year and just talk about it and say we understand and go on. We have to find a way to do it. We've been in some conversations here recently with the staff. We realize that you are fee-based, that a lot of this comes does not come from the budget, but comes only from fees. But there's 2 things to that, right? There is staff. There are things that we believe can be done staff-wise to try to rein that in. And I think collectively, and certainly we're going to ramp up our efforts this year to engage the legislature very early on and find a way that we can reduce these fees. Again, we can't do this anymore. For too long, we've just came here, complained about it, and not found a solution. We've tried here and there, but it's not enough. We simply have to find a way to do this. So we urge you to take a bigger look at this, to continue to allow the staff to work with us, and also, to the extent that you can, as we work with the legislature to try to find some solutions, assist us in that effort because, again, we want clean water, but how are we going to pay for it? There's just no way to do that anymore. So urge you guys to continue to look at this and look at a deeper look. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. I appreciated your engagement and I know discussions here with staff and committed to making sure we advance this discussion. So as we come here next year and yet again contemplate our fees as we do each year, hopefully we have some movement on just some of these discussions. I'll note, I guess now at this point, I think it'd be helpful if we just had sort of a standard data set at, each year that we just, whether it's P-wise or, consistent sort of numbers, so that we just, build, instead of, year by year, perhaps having different requests for different information. Hopefully folks work with us that we just create something that's a consistent data set, if you will, so that we can continue to track some of this a bit better. So I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl, who'll be followed by Karen Cohen.
Hi, Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents almost 140 public agencies that provide wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. We wanted to, testify today on this item. It's a perennial one, but, seeing the cumulative increases, it's one we flagged before. And when we've noted this in prior years, the response back was for us to speak to the legislature, because they are really the ones that were impacting a lot of this with not appropriating money. And in a lot of ways, staff is just the messenger. And so we have heard that message. I want to comment substantively on just this year's fee increase. Our members, we have an active water quality fees subgroup, and we apprise them every 3 months after there's a meeting that's hosted. And we hear responses back, questions, inquiries, concerns. And I'll just note this year, there wasn't that kind of response to the water supply strategy implementation, BCP, and that fee increase. And so, I think it's good to communicate that our members seemingly were supportive of that. They understand why they're paying that fee, and they're in support of that. In terms of the fees, I want to thank staff for putting the dollars up there. Maybe we could have a contest who pays the higher fees, but I think I saw 2 members, medium-sized members, paying $250,000 a year. And then our largest members are paying $850,000 a year, which is a significant increase, or significant overall amount. The increase this year for the largest members is $75,000, just on a 1-year increase. And so I want to flag those amounts. Back to the broader context of the legislative appropriation, the board had an in-person meeting at the end of July as part of their executive officer retreat. One of the things you all talked about was the recent impact of the ruling out of the United States Supreme Court in Sackett. And essentially and gratefully, because of Porter Cologne, the protections in California aren't impacted by that ruling per se, but in terms of the staff needed at the board to maintain those, there would be an impact. And so there was kind of a discussion of, in the future, we could expect to have to see more staff hired, which would result in more fee increases. Which to me, it's notable that this is this real impact. And if we're already concerned about a $75,000 increase for our largest members, what does that look like programmatically? But stepping back and taking a look at the full picture, we have a state budget of $300 billion. This program's about $185 million. Doing the math, it's a 0.06%, portion of the general fund. And I have heard Bob Gore all year and last year talk about these are programs at the Cal EPA to protect waters across the state of California. That could be something that could be derived from the general fund because of the benefits. And Bob himself will tell you he was involved with the statutes that got us off of the general fund to this fee-based program. And so in talking to other fee payers, we have kind of a de facto coalition that are all interested in going to carry this message to the legislature about this. And so I flagged that for you to know we'll be active on that front. We're all kind of strategizing internally, but it's wastewater, stormwater, ag, many sectors amongst the fee payers. And so, hopefully that might provide some relief, and it can kind of signify our responsiveness to what you all have directed us to do. But it's always a sensitive issue when you're in the legislature because of all the variety of issues that we have to contend with. So, hopefully as we go forward next year, we can provide some updates on that, but we do want to acknowledge that we are working on that front and trying to be responsive. So thank you.
Thank you for that, from Mr. Voskuhl. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Karen Cohen, who we followed, I believe, our last commenter, Bruce Houdeshelt.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'll be super brief. Basically, just here to reiterate the normal same things other commenters. And Chair Esquivel, I appreciate your summary of all the comments, as I think we all are in agreement and we all see a potential path forward. And it's just sort of the formal comment to support that, meaning this process has its benefits, but it also has its limitations in terms of what the needs are for your staff and where the funding comes from and the cycle we find ourselves in. So that's a high level comment. Specifically for stormwater, pretending we have the exact same process we'll have in other years, we have been in an over collection for the last couple of years, and staff sent me some of the final accounting from FisCal, which I just haven't had a chance to dig through from prior years. But it's just a flag. It's not a request to do anything this year. Staff have it flagged as well. There's just been a kind of an over collection over the last couple of years, and just to keep our eye on that and see where that goes. So thank you. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate that, Ms. Cohen. I appreciate your engagement and time as well on this. Last, I believe here, I'd like to call up Bruce Houtschelt.
Thanks, Chair Esquivel. Bruce Houtschelt on behalf of the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, the 8,000 plus owners and operators of irrigated agriculture, not including rice, that go from Solano County up the Pitt River system. Looking forward to seeing you in October, Board Member Morgan, on our tour with the Central Valley Regional Board on irrigated pasture. A lot of my comments will align with the comments of the previous speakers. Each year, I like the term perennial, we get a really good accounting of the fee structures, and I think JP said it really well. You get a plus and a minus. What's missing, as Mr. Isom said, from that accounting is the tens of millions of dollars annually that agriculture puts forward on to ensure that whether it's surface water or groundwater, drinking water is protected, or many of the beneficial uses are protected. And that needs to go into the equation. Mr. Gore said it well, and I think this is the clarion call. These are not sustainable fees. They might be 5.8% in irrigated agriculture. Today, it's a nickel, it's a dime. 5 years ago, the fee was 95 cents for irrigated agriculture. Now it's proposed to be $1.42. That's 52 cents greater. I don't have to tell all the board members. They know well. Mother Nature has been cruel on agriculture, whether it's a freeze, whether it's a frost, whether it's drought. And while it might seem like a nickel or a dime, those nickels and dimes do add up. And the other aspect of it is all the commodities are not the same. So if you're charging, and even with your bifurcation of the fee structure, irrigated pasture, hay, alfalfa, and other things which have a low commodity price bear a disproportionate burden, cost burden, as a result of any increase that's going on. So I hope that we will sit down as soon as possible with your staff and figure out a fee methodology that makes more sense, and that united, we will go to the legislature, because those tens of millions of dollars that are spent every year are to the benefit of the ecosystem, to the benefit of environmental justice communities. And so there needs to be a recognition in the state budget of the contributions that are made, not on behalf of just having the programs reviewed and a seal of approval to them, but to the greater population, the ecosystem, and all people of California. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Houtschelt. Appreciate those comments and appreciate everyone's contributions. Again, this yearly discussion, I can seem sometimes unrewarding hearing here that, we have cost drivers, here on this program. The vast majority, 4.8%, I think it was, of the increase are by things that we don't have a choice at this dais. So I appreciate everyone's engagement on this, and ultimately, again, patience in not hearing what folks want to hear most, which is the board here at the dais will, just decide not to fully fund our program, stop, increases that again are being largely passed down. But I want to make sure that we're providing the data that impacts that and allows folks to have faith that we're doing our best job here at the dais and collectively all, I know, here to be getting the outcomes that here we're talking the costs of them. And on that, especially because, you look at the increase in costs, but you look at the growth of the programs. The reality is over the course of the last decade, we've gone on to do better at and here grow programs that are trying to address nitrate contamination, real challenges on the landscape, on the water quality side that, you look across the nation and other communities and states are decades behind even having the tools in place and having the mature programs that we are here debating over to accrue these benefits and protect our communities. So I just want to say thanks for what I know is a lot of engagement on the policy side that here, we're left having a discussion on the fee side, how best to fund the collective work on this side of the ledger, knowing that it has huge impacts on those that are fee payers and those in the programs themselves who are being regulated. So thank you for everyone's discussions here and points. Looking forward to what I know will be further discussion. I don't have further question at this point. Again, I think it'd be helpful only because I know Mr. Gore made a comment about data on PYs being available one year and then not the next, and so would like to just cut out any re-request kind of data sets, and there may be reasons sometimes why data isn't available at the usual moment that some of folks may have experienced a year before. So I want to acknowledge that as well, but just a general comment from me there.
Yeah.
But Mr. Ciccarelli, if there's anything you wanted to add.
No, definitely. We can definitely work with our budget office. It has been something that we provided in the past, a list of different classifications through each program. Of course, things change, of course. And of course, through the VCP process, sometimes some of the programs are amended, so adding those positions in. But definitely we can get position counts. And through that also kind of the cost of that employee that includes their staff salaries and their benefits and indirect costs and things like that. So definitely we will put that on the regular agenda to provide to the stakeholders.
I appreciate that because as people talk about, cost increase, again, oftentimes it's because we have staffing increase amongst it. So it is helping folks understand, what are those drivers in a more consistent way can be helpful.
And I think also it's something that we provided Roger, we're in these discussions with Roger about our cost and also looking at other state agencies and other local municipalities, counties, fees and things like that. We provided Roger a breakdown, a pie chart that basically shows, for each dollar kind of where the fees go towards, right? And it's something else that we can implement in our fee stakeholder process because when we're talking at, let's say, an $18,000 WDR, like 60% of that goes towards the direct program. And then you have other costs that go towards overhead, indirect costs, and these foundational programs that in the past have been supported by general fund. So, so it's important that, we reflect where our costs go, but I also wanted to, of course, do this evaluation and we're in the process of looking at that. When we talk about other, cities and counties fees or the state agencies fees, are there costs just for that direct program or is it the overall operation of the organization, like their indirect and overhead costs, or do they have general fund or special funds that are paying for things like that? So we definitely want to do that comparison. And definitely, through the response with Roger, but also something that we can implement through our stakeholder process.
That's great.
So definitely be committed with that transparency.
I really appreciate that because we did hear, again, comparisons across other agencies. And again, they may have funding sources, may not be as dependent on fees or maybe other things. So having that apples to apples to just know where we are within the landscape, I think is helpful and hopefully continue to build the good confidence I believe folks should definitely have in the work. Thank you, Mr. Ciccarelli. Fellow board colleagues, anything, question, comments? Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. And just want to agree with you on your suggestion for a uniform standardized data set. I think that will be really helpful in breaking through some of the confusion that we have year to year in terms of where the resources are going, where the costs are going, how they're allocated. So I think that can be a very useful tool. So I appreciate that idea. And then the other thing I was thinking about here, just listening to all the conversation and the comments, was, we're not really in a position to be able to control the total making ends meet, right? So there's the revenues have to balance the costs at the end of the day. But what we can control here at the board are how those fees are allocated within each program. So I appreciated the work that you're doing, staff, on the industrial stormwater general permit. I know there was a request for some thinking behind the irrigated lands regulatory program and how those costs are allocated. And maybe there's others as well. On the water quality side, there's a long list of different programs, and it's complicated how all the fees are determined for each program on the whole. But for me, I'm learning about the dairy program, for example, as well, and the incentives that are hard-coded in there to provide some motivator for dairies to participate in improving the quality of the work that they do in their operations. I think there's all kinds of different ways to look at this. And I'm always interested in that, in the space that we have the capacity to help make sure that the fees are fairly allocated within a given program. So just one area that we do have some say over, if it's not the bottom line, at least within that, the allocation. So just wanted to share that thought. And I'm happy to make a motion, but Board Member.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member McGuire. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just wanted to add my support on having just the transparency of the data and really making sure that from year to year we're having the same amount, the same type of data going out. And so just my understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, was that with the transition to Fiscal, some of that data that was previously provided wasn't available. And so now I'm hoping that we can get back to that point where we can produce the same type of data and consistently provide it. And then also have that historical somewhat record where we can do that look back, where some commenters did bring up, where we can look back over whether the last 5 years and really see what that cumulative impact has been. So that way each year we have that data, it's there, it's readily available, and it's not unfortunately the process where someone is requesting it and then your team is putting it together. I think that would just be helpful for me as a board member, but then also for our stakeholders, and hopefully will also help your team as you're preparing each year, just to know what that expectation of that data is and help us to be transparent on the cost of each program and I liked what you said, the pie chart of showing just where all of those, where all the funds, the percentage, where it's all going to. And so I think that just coming up with that, I believe Board Member McGuire stated it, of just kind of that template for each year, but then having that historical record so that we can keep moving forward each year, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member.
Okay. I need to pull up my agenda here to make sure I'm getting the right item. There's several related ones. Okay, so I will move to adopt the draft resolution under item number 9. With change sheet, thank you.
We have
I'll
a second.
second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted. I appreciate everyone again and the conversation. I look forward to the continuation of it. Let's now move to our next water quality fee item, which will be on water rights, and will then be followed up with our last on drinking water. In the hot seat again. Don't go anywhere, Mr. Ciccarelli.
I will. So we're here to present an item for consideration of proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations amending the water rights fee schedules. This is item number 10. Again, I'm here to present, and Cassandra will be doing the cost drivers here. The next slide, please. So the staff presentation, we have a discussion on our stakeholder outreach, the Water Rights Fund budget cost drivers, proposed fee changes, the 5-year fee adjustment for permits, licenses, and applications, proposed changes to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, other regulation changes, and then comments received. And then finally, if there's any questions, we'll be able to help answer those. Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, we had 3 of our stakeholder meetings, March 9th, 12th, and 13th. These are all through Zoom and webcast. I just want to mention that we've had a lot of success with the Zoom and webcast because we've been able to have more participants. We've had these discussions about going back in the person stakeholder meetings, and we're trying that, but the last couple that we did, our participation rate dropped, right? So we're still holding them via Zoom and webcast. But again, as the fiscal year goes on, next fiscal year, we'll evaluate, make some determinations of whether we do them back in person or not. And again, these meetings are aligned with, again, the iterations of the governor's budget. Primary focus is discussion on the budget cost drivers, any BCPs, proposed fee adjustments to meet budgetary expenditures. We go over the fund conditions, and then, of course, any proposed fee adjustments. We definitely have the open dialogue with the stakeholders, and we encourage and we appreciate the feedback from the stakeholders on our proposals. Next slide, please. I will have Cassandra go over the water rights budget cost drivers.
Okay. The fiscal year 23-24 enacted budget for the Water Rights Fund is about $35 million. It's an increase of 2.5%, and the majority of the increase, about 2%, is due to state operations and pro rata, again, which are the non-discretionary expenses.
So basically, we need to generate an additional 2.5% in revenue to cover our program costs, so generating $842,000. So next slide, please. So what staff is proposing, so to generate that $850,000 of additional revenue, what staff is proposing is to increase the per acre foot charge by 3% from 0.106 to 0.109 per each acre foot greater than 10 acre feet. We are not changing, staff is not proposing to change the base fee at this time. Also, our Clean Water Act Section 401, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the FERC fees, we've evaluated those fees based on the current projects and the current staff cost, along with their share of the reserve, that they are generating sufficient revenue to cover their costs, including their share of their fund reserve. So we're not proposing any changes for fiscal year 2023-24 for our FERC fee structure. Next slide, please. And then also the other proposed fee change, which we adjust every year, is to adjust the fee cap adjustments. So increase the caps on fees for water right applications and change petitions involving the transfer of water pursuant to Water Code Sections 382, 1435, 1701, 1725, or 1735, fees by 7.35% based on the California Consumer Price Index, increasing from 604,484 to 648,914. And the Consumer Price Index is coming from the Department of Industrial Relations that sets that here in the state of California. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just illustrate again, kind of as we did on the other presentations, what a percentage increase then comes out to in dollar amounts. And so when we talk about the way our fee structure is set up, and because we're not adjusting the base fee and we're changing the charge on that per acre foot charge, when we're looking at a 3%, 3% doesn't actually calculate into a 3% increase. So when you look at our low and our middle fee payers, and a mid fee payer, someone that has 1,000 of acre feet water, their fee increase goes up less than 1%. And then the highest fee payer basically goes up 2.8%. So it's a range of between, less than 1% to, 2.8% as the highest fee. So, again, it's the way, of course, the calculation works. So when we talk about changing it to 3% across the board, it doesn't translate into a 3% fee increase for everybody. Again, the range is from less than 1% to highest of 2.8%. And again, the bottom there represents the one-time application cap. And I just want to be kind of clear on that cap also. We have no projects are hitting that cap at this point. Next slide, please. And again, this is just looking at the prior 5-year adjustment for permits, license, and applications per acre fee. The average has been 6.3% over these last 5 years. Of course, 3% what we're proposing today is a lot lower than that, that average of the 5-year average. Next slide, please. And at this time, if Zach, program staff, yes, Zach is here from program staff. I'll let him introduce himself. He's going to go over just some of the slight changes from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act that we're proposing.
Hi, I'm Zach Mayo with the Sigma team. So the three proposed changes that we're proposing today are, the first one is an expansion of the definition of what a qualified individual it is with respect to who can install meters. The second change is it more specifically defines what counts as a meter. And then the third change is for the administration of fees, adds public schools and state small water systems as entities eligible for fee waivers.
So and the reason I wanted to touch base on this also because the Sigma fees are deposited into the Water Rights Fund, and we need to track them separately, ensure that we're not commingling these funds with the Water Rights Fund. And there's a potential of us receiving more and more fees here in the upcoming year as these basins come in. And so this will help kind of clear up that fee setting or determining kind of what the fee is for these those subject to Sigma.
I appreciate these adjustments, clarifications, ultimately to, I think, trying to remember the year that we first adopted this fee structure, and it was anticipation at that point of basins not being managed. And so giving a good cleanup as we're going through the work here is appreciated. So just thank you.
And just to add to that also, that the staff is currently being funded by the general fund. But with that said, with the plan is with the additional revenue that may projected to come in, anticipated to come in, then we'll start to move off of the general fund and have staffs being supported by the fee revenue. Next slide, please. We did not receive any formal comments, and so definitely we'll open it up to questions at this time.
Thank you for that. I know Mr. Gore made passing comment to some of the water rights work, and I was going to address it then, but I was going to save it here for now, but he doesn't have the benefit of hearing this at this point. He did bring up that this year's fees, as we saw, in part, and not a large part, being driven by a BCP for our Upwards project, the water rights data modernization work that we're doing. Although, I know, his concern was that there's all these other benefits that aren't just about necessarily the administration of fees, or the administration rather of water rights or the data system that we're investing. Important to note, $60 million actually came out from the general fund to support that system. So the cost to water right holders is actually very minimal compared to the real investment that the state is making. And yes, an example of resources that can be brought to the board to accomplish really important work that isn't just off of fee payers, because $60 million developed out of the Water Rights Fund, and the fee payers there would be, we'd have a lot more people here, and you would have had a lot more comment. So I just, for what it's worth, to make sure we're painting the right picture of the really ultimately the resource that the governor and the legislature has said, yes, is important, yes, this is needed, and is coming to the board, not fully off the backs of ratepayers, or fee payers for that matter. I don't have anything further comment though, and we don't have any other commenters on this but for Mr. Gore. So board members, question, comment amongst ourselves at the dais, and then otherwise.
Thank you for your work on the water rates fees. I'll move to adopt the resolution under item 10.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second.
Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the item and fees are adopted here. That brings us now to item number 11, the last in our tranche of water quality fees, and this is on drinking water, or fees, and this is on drinking water.
Thank you, Board. We're here to present an item for consideration of a proposed resolution adopting an emergency regulation amending drinking water fee schedules. So item number 11. Next slide, please. Again, Cassandra and I will be presenting today. Next slide, please. This presentation involves, of course, our stakeholder outreach, the Safe Drinking Water Account budget cost drivers, the proposed fee changes, prior 5-year fee adjustments, comments received, and then any questions at the end. Next slide, please. Again, stakeholder meetings were held via Zoom and webcast, March 10th, June 13th, August 4th. Again, these meetings are aligned with the iteration of the governor's budgets. Primary focus is on the discussion of the budget cost drivers, including BCPs, proposed fee adjustments to meet budgetary expenditures, our fund conditions, and any proposed fee adjustments. There's open dialogue with stakeholders. We encourage the feedback from stakeholders on our proposals. Next slide, please. And we'll let Cassandra go over these next 2 slides here.
Okay. The fiscal year 23-24 enacted budget for the Safe Drinking Water Account is about $43 million. It increased 8.4%. And again, the primary drivers for that increase is state operations and pro rata, which comes to about 9.5%, but it is offset by the savings from the lead and copper rule revision BCP that transferred funding from the original BCP from Safe Drinking Water Account to the federal trust fund.
So we had a couple of BCPs there, of course, that adjusted cost and, of course, reduced costs also. And so we're looking at a percentage change of revenue of 8.4%, which is $3.3 million. However, based on the way our fee structure is set up for drinking water, to generate $3.3 million, a 5.5% fee increase across the board is needed to generate that 3.4%. So again, what we show the stakeholders is we show that percentage change from the fee setting budget from last year to our enacted budget for 23-24, which again is an increased amount of 3.3 million, which is 8.4% change in the budget itself. But the increase to generate that revenue is projected to be 5.5%. So next slide, please. So I want to just kind of represent what a 5.5% increase is based on dollar amounts. We have a fee structure that addresses our disadvantaged communities, and that increase would be $16 on that fee. The current fee is $285. It's proposed to go $301. Looking at our average community water system, which has 5,000 service connections, a 5.5% increase is a fee of about $1,764. The bottom there is what we refer to as our average of the largest 5 community water systems. So that's an average of over 350,000 service connections. And so a 5.5% on those large facilities, the average would go up about $44,000 or $44,500 there. Next slide, please. And kind of in line with, of course, our fee schedule, we have non-transient, non-community water systems. There's a formula there that's based on, per person served, but the base is basically $725 on our current fee. It'd go up the base fee would go up $40 based on a 5.5%. And then there's the transient non-community water systems. The increase represents what the fee increase is there on the 5.5%. And then, of course, we have a formula based on millions of gallons of water for our wholesalers. And the question always kind of comes up, well, what's the non-transient, non-community water systems? Just for clarification purposes, we're talking schools and businesses that provide their own water. The same people have a kind of regular opportunity to consume that water, but they do not reside there. And then the transient water systems include entities like rural gas stations, restaurants, state and national parks that provide their own potable water source. Most people that consume the water need to reside or regularly spend time there. Next slide, please. So here's a kind of representation of a 5-year average. And so the proposed increase is less than the increases in the last 5 years of 5.5%. Definitely, if you guys want me to highlight fiscal year 21-22, it was an increase. It was during the COVID year. We had it was fluid. There were a lot of moving pieces there. We had deferred comp. Furloughs were terminated, so we went back to normal cost. There were multiple BCPs also involved in that, where Darren did take steps to work with the Department of Finance, where we moved some of those costs from 21-22 into 22-23, basically. But as you can see, we're kind of starting to balance off. And then, again, this is a lot less than our 5-year average on the drinking water program. Next slide, please. So throughout the whole process with our stakeholder meetings, we did not receive any comments. And so we're here to answer any questions on this.
Many thanks. I don't have any questions. We do have a commenter, but I look to any board members in case they have comments or questions as we go to our commenter. And hearing none, I believe our commenter is Norman Benson on this issue. Mr. Benson, apologies, you're upside down for us, but...
apologies. I stand on my head for you. What can I say? Cal Worthington, I checked my camera prior to this, and FaceTime has me fine. I checked it on Zoom before I did this. That was fine. And then when I got you, I'm upside down.
It's definitely a factor of modern living. So, but no worry in the least. We can still hear you very well and still see you nonetheless. So good to see you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, so now for something completely different. Please allow me. So the State Water Resources Control Board wants to increase its drinking water fees by 5.5%. Please allow me to share with you the advice I have received numerous times as a water treatment operator when expensive regulations were imposed on my little water system, 22 connections in a public water system. I'm paraphrasing now, so forgive me. Well, gee whiz, that's tough. Suck it up. In its public notice of the proposed emergency rulemaking to increase our water fees, you state that without fee revenue and the amounts appropriated, much of the drinking water program would be in danger of being shut down. Continued administration of the drinking water program is essential to the economy, public health, and environment of the state of California. I need help with that. As far as I am concerned, the programs of the Water Board, especially the drinking water program, are not essential to the economy, public health, or the environment of the state of California. On the contrary, I find the Water Board's programs far from essential. You seem to be laboring under the fallacy that the economy is enhanced by regulations. Frederick Bastiat, the Jonathan Swift of economics, wrote satirically about the candle makers doing what many of your folks are doing here, and they're asking for redress for problems involved and regulations to meet their needs. In Bastiat's little thought experiment, he had the candle makers going to the Parliament asking that the Sun's competition be taken away by making everyone put curtains over their windows. That way the Sun's unfair competition would be done away with. Such seems to be the thinking of the Water Board and its regulations providing economic benefits. Numerous studies by economists and others have shown that economies, i.e. the gross domestic production, are slowed by regulations. The cost of all regulations pass through to the consumers, that is, local, regional, state, and federal, rob the average citizen of about 10% of income. California's per capita income is $77,338 per year. So that's roughly $7,700 a year. Go to regulation. Welcome to the real world where you need to prioritize what you can provide within a budget just like us average plebs. I know you will sleep more soundly knowing that without a doubt your drinking water staff is providing the citizens of California safe water tested for pathogens. I think without the state board and its fines, we'll be fine. My experiences and those of my peers belies any need for an increase of money for the service provided by the Drinking Water Division. The service provided, in my opinion, is not worth what the public water systems already pay for your fees. Its service is certainly not worth a 5.5% increase. Here are some of my examples from the Division of Drinking Water's service. Even though our emergency response plans required us to contact department staff 24 hours a day, no one answered emergency lines or responded to voicemails that we left. I've spoken with other water operators and lab personnel who've also called emergency contact numbers without anyone answering and voicemails ignored. When a wildfire forced our evacuation, the Division of Drinking Water informed us that we still needed to complete necessary labs and paperwork without any extensions of time. Lab samples had to be delivered to out-of-town labs despite all major roads being closed. Yet when the Tubbs fire forced the evacuation at the Santa Rosa field office, we were told the staff would not be available and we were on our own. In 2021, government employees at the Santa Rosa field office illegally circumvented the Brown Act and colluded with a friend of a regulator who ran an unaccredited lab to foist an ill-thought-out and very expensive sampling regulation for cyanobacteria on Clear Lake's public water systems. One DDW regulator sent out a wonderful email saying that during summer conditions on Clear Lake, we should consider backwashing our filters more often, which is something that every water operator on the lake learns from day one. 2 employees of the DDW Santa Rosa field office at this time ran a water quality business, which seems to the average person like a conflict of interest, especially when I hear that they have steered small public water systems on Clear Lake for treating Clear Lake's eutrophic water and then using the data for their consulting business. Your websites are so buggy, it baffles my mind. If you were a business, you would not stay in business long. Mandated reports, and when we complain about that, no one answers. We make out duplicative data. We fill out a report for the water board only to have another report form to ask for the same answers we've already provided. We are made to be unpaid data drones for the water board, providing reports that no one reads. You may counter that the government fee is need to enforce drinking water regulations. You mean the regulations which you
Mr.
wrote?
Benson, I don't mean to cut you up.
I know.
Well past 5 minutes. I just want to be respectful here.
All right. I will be respectful as well. My bottom line is I believe you provide poor service, and making us pay more is an insult. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Benson. I do appreciate your participation, always, everyone's comments in our discussions. There may be some fundamental disagreements.
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. There may be some fundamental disagreements in some of the things you stated and the sort of worldview of regulation and free markets and such, but I'll leave those be. And when it comes to the specific complaints, whether it's an emergency line not being answered or any accusations of impropriety, please bring them to the board, to the council. Those are things that we are, as they happen, and importantly, as you have information, please do come to us. So you can go to our chief counsel if you need, if you feel there's not a responsiveness here otherwise. But do take any sort of allegations there very seriously. And for what it's worth, I guess on a bit of a gloss, children that were working in factories and the conditions that I think are no longer kind of present amongst us, weren't done because of the good nature of markets, but in fact because of government action. So I think we all have our roles to play. With that, board members, anything you would like to ask? Any further discussion here? And then otherwise, I think we're ready for a motion.
Well, and I just want to follow up and just emphasize what you just said, Chair Esquivel, and also just say I am interested in getting an update on, if there's challenges with maybe just following up on these concerns around not answering emergency lines and, conflicts of interest. So I would certainly assume that that's not the case, but would like more information. And I think those are important issues to bring up, despite also agreeing that actually I think our drinking water program is one of the most important things for public health and safety and thriving communities. I think we all would acknowledge that we need access to safe and affordable drinking water for everything we do. So with that, I would approve or make a motion to approve the fee resolution, which is number, who has it handy? 11. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the resolution is adopted and the fees adopted here. Thank you, Mr. Ceccarelli, and everyone's engagement. Again, this is a yearly discussion and look forward to what will now be the start of next year's process all amongst it. So thank you. That now just brings us to one last item for today, which afterwards we will go into closed session, and then we have tomorrow, beginning at noon, our item number 13. Board member reports. Anyone would like to kick us off? I think I can actually maybe quickly here. So after our last board meeting on the 7th, I drove to the Bay Area, participated in the Public Policy Institute's Water Policy Advisory Committee Council meeting that I am part of, and then drove that evening to then join and be part of the Water Data Collaborative's Water Data Summit at Stanford, and participated there on a panel around equity and the equity work and data and the nexus amongst it all. And was great to see a number of colleagues and folks within this space. June Lopez, always a powerhouse with Milton Miguel, but our former chair Felicia Marcus was there too, along with Eric Ekdahl, our head of the Division of Water Rights, talking about AI and the advances in artificial intelligence and potential application. I know there's machine learning work here and there that goes on at the board, whether it's the PFAS work that I know one of our regional staff did on comparing the analytes in groundwater and those places that we don't have information on PFAS, generating it through machine learning. There's a lot of exciting stuff certainly happening. It was good to be part of that discussion. I appreciated the invitation. I then last week I'm a member of the Western States Water Council, and so attended our Western States Water Council meeting in Alaska, and was fortunate to go visit our Western state counterparts there in Alaska, all collectively through the western states. We're able to do some tours. We toured a power plant and their drinking water facility there that feeds Anchorage. Just, reminded how certainly different all of our various states can be, but certainly Alaska, where, the challenges that they are facing are ones that, we were, they're 100 years, back from where we were and developed. They're very much a frontier, right? So the issues of what we have now is our built out environment and all this complexity. Theirs is more of trying to protect what are background, just natural, pristine conditions. And so just, it was great. It was a nice opportunity to continue to work with our Western States colleagues, a lot of water rights discussion, a lot of data discussion on SACIT as well and the Clean Water Act. So a lot of great through lines, and just appreciate that opportunity. That's all I have, and look to other colleagues.
I do not have anything to report.
Remember.
Let's see, Friday I'm going to be talking on a panel in LA through Heal the Bay on water, One Water, and balancing resiliency and affordability. And there's also, I think, a great panel from many of the GMs in that area on the One Water nature that the LA region is working to address both resiliency and affordability. So then next week, Sean and I are going to be traveling up to the Scott Shasta Valley area and meeting with some folks. I haven't been up there really at all, and I think Sean's seen the Shasta Valley, so we're still setting down the itinerary, but looking forward to getting out on the ground over there.
Yeah, so last week I had the opportunity to go to the annual CASQA conference, California Association of Stormwater Quality Agencies. Hopefully I got that right. Always well represented by the board, so lots of good engagement there from our staff. Mr. Bishop was there speaking on some topics, so it was good participation, a good conference overall. I was able to participate in the capstone session, which is a new feature to their annual conference designed to keep folks around to the very end. So I was not sure what the participation would be like, but it was very good. So it was me, Anna Neymark from Cali EPA, Jennifer West with Water Reuse, and Adam Link with CASA. And so a lot of the conversation went around the big world of contaminants and the challenges that we face as a society. So thinking about PFAS in your mention there, and how it interfaces. Ultimately, it's a source problem that's ubiquitous. We know that very well, but it does funnel down to stormwater and affects the work that those folks have to do as well. So how do we better wrestle and understand those different types of challenges? So it was a good discussion, and appreciated the opportunity to go.
I thought of one other thing.
Oh, please, yes.
Major focus of mine last week was going down to Tulare County and meeting with a number of stakeholders around access to safe drinking water. Supervisor Valero and I pulled together folks. I really appreciate staff leadership on this from Division of Financial Assistance and Division of Drinking Water. Got a expedited drinking water program letter in to help expedite the East Arosi consolidation project. That community hasn't had safe water for at least 20 years. And, there's so many different entities involved. It's been under a mandatory consolidation order. And unfortunately, when you have to mandate it, there's a lot of feet that drag at every step. And so this was really a chance to kind of try to all come together and really champion acceleration. And I think it was really successful. A huge kudos to, again, our staff for finding a pathway to cut off a huge amount of time and make it look for ways that we can, each hold ourselves and each other accountable for giving it the urgency that it deserves. So appreciate the leadership at the county, and there'll be a lot more, but it made me also just very hopeful that we'll really be able to see some of these communities actually be able to drink from their tap after decades.
Here, here. Thank you so much, board member. And to your point, just really appreciate Mr. Karkowski, Andrew Altavote, others that continue to put in the time and here go down into a community and meet, person to person, not force folks to come up here in a way I hope that I know will continue to accelerate the work. So thank you, board member. That brings us to the end of board member reports. We will go now into closed session, and then we will be reconvening here tomorrow morning at noon. We're providing some time for folks to be able to commute here into Sacramento, and so we'll start at noon, not here in the morning. And otherwise, Mr. Loffer, anything? You'll return to close us. Well, you won't be closing us out, just personal session. But yeah,
I will come back down to the hearing room to make the announcement when closed session is over. And just to be clear on the record, there were two items that were noticed for closed session. One was a placeholder in the event the board needed a closed session for the Blue Triton Brands matter. That is not going to be the subject of the closed session. Instead, it is solely the second item, which is the personnel item, as disclosed on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loffer. With that, we will be here going to closed session and then otherwise recess until tomorrow at noon. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate today's discussions and look forward to tomorrow. Thank you. I think we're going to 2410 or 2450, 2550, 40. Yeah, thank you. I just won't guess. I'll stop. Thank you.